May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? We're going to delay the official opening of the meeting for about 5 minutes or so. We only have 4 board members here so far, but we're going to delay commencing the meeting to hopefully pick up another board member or two. Thank you. I have no control over Jay. This meeting of the Community Development Board is called to order on June 21st. Welcome, everyone. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This board consists of 7 members and 1 alternate who are appointed by the City Council and serve voluntarily. I'm Mary Lau, and I will ask the other members and staff to introduce themselves, beginning on my left.
Mike Flannery.
Jay Daniel, attorney for the board.
Matthew Midge, Assistant City Attorney.
Bruce Rector.
Andy Park.
John Quattrocki.
Please remember to turn off your cell phones so they do not become a distraction during the meeting. Please also refrain from having conversations in this room so that we might hear all the testimony given today. To ensure a complete record of this board's actions, we ask that each individual wishing to speak, including the applicant, speak into the microphone at the podium in front of us. Clearly state your name and spell your last name for the clerk. Now I will ask all those in attendance today who plan to speak to please rise and be sworn in by the clerk. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the entire truth. Agendas of today's meeting are on the podium to your left near the entry door. Also on this podium are a roster of the Community Development Board, the list of city staff, experts, and their resumes, the board's rules of procedures, and the annual schedule of this board. Our first order of business is to review and approve the minutes from last month's meeting. May I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
I move the minutes be approved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are approved. The next item to consider is the items that are not on today's agenda.
The citizens to be heard.
Yes, citizens to be heard on items that are not on today's agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and address an item that is not on today's agenda? All right.
We got one.
All right, please come.
want to,
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the clerk?
my name is Elizabeth Ferguson, that's F as in Frank, E-R-G-U, S as in Sam, O and N as in Nicole. And I just want to speak about the homeless issue and, like, particularly the police and the sheriffs. Like, I believe that some of the homeless are being accused of doing things that they are not doing, and the court is just trying to make money off of them. It's hard enough not having a place to stay, and I think that the shelters should do a better job because they're only helping certain people, and I believe that you shouldn't go to jail or have a trespass warrant against you just because you can't find a place to sleep at night, especially when you're a woman and your safety is being violated. And then when you have to go to court for something that you didn't do or the cop didn't do a good job communicating with you, the judge wants to say that you are mentally ill and need to see a psychiatrist, and they don't even give you an option of having your own lawyer in court. I think the community might want to look into changing rights, not just for people who have houses, but for people who are on the street, like people who are innocent and just want to have the right to a fair trial.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have an item that they want to speak about that's not on today's agenda? All right, with that, we will move on to our consent agenda. This board has adopted a consent agenda format, and the consent items are identified as such on the agenda. Consent agenda items are those items for which the Planning and Development Department recommends approval, the applicant is in agreement with any proposed conditions, and no written objections to the case have been received to date. Items may be removed from the consent agenda today by a member of the board, a member of the staff, or any person in the audience for questions or objections. I will read each item on the consent agenda, and if any person wishes to remove this item from the consent agenda, please so state or raise your hand, and we will remove it from the consent agenda. Items removed from the consent agenda will be heard in the regular order of the meeting. Items that remain on the consent agenda will be approved with a single vote. The first item on our consent agenda is case FLD 2022-02008 at 1510 Barry Road. The owner is WC Assets LLC, Glozal Village LLC, Rebus Salas LLC. The applicant is Robert Pergolese, Gulf Coast Engineering. The property is 2.137 acres located on the north side of Barry Road, approximately 330 feet east of Highland Avenue. The board is reviewing a 43-unit attached dwelling use, including 11 affordable units in the office district for the property located at 1510 Barry Road. The project includes an unaddressed parcel in the low-medium density residential district, which will have green space and landscaping only. The project will be 22 feet in height from grade or 13 feet from base flood elevation, proposes a minimum of 53 off-street parking spaces, and requests allowable flexibility for use density setbacks, parking, and landscaping. Is there anyone who wishes to remove this item from our consent agenda today? All right, Mr. Johnson, we will consider this item in the regular order of the meeting. The next item on our consent agenda today is case FLD 2021-09018, located at 117 North McMullen Booth Road. The owner is Farad M. Nikjay. The applicant is Peter Pensa, P.E. The property is 0.667 acres located on the east side of McMullen Booth Road, bound by Drew Street to the north and Bay Lane to the south. The board is reviewing a proposed 11,628 square foot office in the office district for the property located at 117 North McMullen Booth Road. The project will consist of one building 35 feet in height from grade, includes a minimum of 35 parking spaces, and requests allowable flexibility on setbacks, height, the provision of a loading space, and landscaping. Is there anyone who wishes to remove this item from today's consent agenda?
She's held back there.
Okay. I'll try. Thank you for letting me know that. that we have quite a number of people here, so if anybody's having trouble hearing anyone up here, please don't hesitate, raise your hand, let us know. Okay. All right,
I think there was somebody might have wanted it removed over there.
okay. Our next item on the consent agenda,
I think somebody wanted it removed in the back.
oh, did somebody want the item I just read at North McMullen Booth Road removed from the consent agenda?
Okay.
All right, well, we'll take this off the consent agenda,
Off the consent.
and we'll consider it in the regular order of the meeting in a short while. The next item on today's consent agenda is case FLD 2020-050112A/TDR 2020-07002A/TDR 2022-01001. The address is multiple parcels, 400, 405, 408, and 409, and 411 East Shore Drive. And the tendering sites are 405 Coronado, 420 Hamden Street, and 152 through 188 Brightwater. The owner is 411 ES. Applicant is Brian Ongst of McFarland Ferguson. The location is 1.115 acres located on the east and west sides of East Shore Drive, approximately 250 feet north of the Memorial Causeway receiving site. 405 Coronado Drive, formerly 420 Hamden Street, west side of Hamden Street at the western terminus of Bayside Drive, the sending site. 152 through 188 Brightwater Drive, north side of Brightwater, approximately 1,040 feet east of Hamden Drive. The board is reviewing a proposed amendment to an approved Level 2 flexible development application, case FLD 2020-05012, and transfers of development rights in the Tourist District and Marina District of Beach by Design for the properties located at 400, 405. Oh, they can't hear? Okay. They're trying to
Just
adjust.
talk to the radio guy.
All right.
Radio station, TV station.
I'll try to slow down as well. We're reviewing changes include an increase in density from 74 hotel units to 91 units, including the previously approved allocation of 8 overnight accommodation units from the hotel density reserve created pursuant to Beach by Design, and through transfer of development rights for 17 additional overnight accommodation units for a total of 28 units, an increase in height from 65 to 80 feet in height from design flood elevation of the hotel building, the inclusion of a 50-slip marina facility, commercial dock, and includes a minimum of 113 parking spaces and requests allowable flexibility from setbacks, height, dock length, and a 2-year development order. Is there anyone who wishes to remove this item from today's consent agenda? All right, we will take this one off consent as well. And our next item on the consent agenda is LUP 2022-03003 at 905 South Highland Avenue. This is a Level 3 application. The owner is YMCA of the Suncoast, Inc. The applicant's representative is Brian Ongst of McFarland Ferguson. The location is 1.86 acres on the east side of South Highland Avenue, approximately 450 feet south of Druid Road. The board is reviewing a request to amend the future land use map designation from residential office general to institutional and is making a recommendation to the city council. Is there anyone who wishes to remove this item from today's consent agenda? All right. Our last item on the consent agenda, I believe, yes, is related to the Level 3 application I just mentioned. Is also a Level 3 application. It's REZ 2022-03003 again at 905 South Highland Avenue, owner YMCA of the Suncoast, Inc. Applicant and representative is Brian Ongston McFarland Ferguson. 1.86 acres located on the east side of South Highland Avenue, approximately 450 feet south of Druid Road. And the board is reviewing a request to amend the zoning atlas designation from the office district to the institutional district and is making a recommendation to the city council. Is there anyone who wishes to remove this item from today's consent agenda? All right, I believe that leaves only items 4 and 5 on today's consent agenda. May I have a motion regarding these level 3 applications?
Madam Chair, I move to recommend approval of case numbers LUP 2022-03003 and REZ 2022-03003 on today's consent agenda based on evidence in the record, including the application and the staff report, and hereby adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law stated in the staff reports with conditions of approval as listed.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries, and these 2 level 3 items are approved. Council, do I begin with the items that originally were on the consent agenda? All right.
And you also, maybe since you're going to move into quasi now, maybe a good time to advise about the right of applicants to...
Sure. All right. We have less than a full board today, so any applicant who wishes to have their matter heard at next month's meeting may have the opportunity to do that. And please let us know when your item is called if you wish to go in that direction. Thank you. We will move on to the regular agenda. There are 2 types of cases that will be heard today, quasi-judicial and legislative. I will outline the procedure for each hearing at the beginning of the respective hearings. The procedure for quasi-judicial hearings are level 2 cases. All are, such as flexible development, are considered quasi-judicial hearings. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the Community Development Board reviews the application, the staff report, correspondence, and all evidence presented today and makes a final decision subject to appeal. This board has previously qualified all the city staff who will testify as experts in their area of professional training, education, and experience. The list of city staff experts and their resumes are in the handbook on the podium near the entry door. Any other professionals who desire to be qualified as an expert witness shall so request at the beginning of the case and present a resume to each board member. The board shall determine whether or not to qualify the person as an expert and in what field of study. At the beginning of each level 2 case, I will ask for anyone who wishes to request party status to come forward and state your reasons. Party status may be granted if the person requesting such status demonstrates that he or she is a substantially affected person. The board will then determine whether or not to grant party status. Then the case will proceed as follows. After request for party status, presentation by planning and development staff, 10 minutes maximum. Presentation by the applicant, 10 minutes maximum. Presentation by persons with party status, 5 minutes per party maximum. Cross-examination of witnesses by planning and development staff. Cross-examination of witnesses by applicant. Cross-examination of witnesses by persons with party status. Comments by the public, 3 minutes per person. Closing remarks by the planning and development staff, 3 minutes maximum. Closing remarks by persons granted party status, 3 minutes maximum. Closing remarks by the applicant. Closing of the public hearing, and discussion and vote by the board. Our first level 2 item today is a case FLD 2022-02008 at 1510 Barry Road. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to ask for party status on this item? All right, let's proceed with the presentation by the Planning and Development staff.
Madam Chair, I have two experts I would like the board to swear in. First, we have Mr. Mark Perry, Senior Planner, Development Review. He is an expert in general planning, zoning, redevelopment planning, land development code, and land development code amendments, special area plans and overlay districts, site plan review, landscape architecture. At this time, I'd ask that the board accept him as an expert witness.
May I have a motion?
I move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next up, I have Mr. David Ojeda. He is a senior professional engineer. I would ask the board accept him as an expert in civil engineering, land development, utilities, construction, building permits, stormwater, FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency floodplain regulations.
So moved.
A second? Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Mr. Perry?
Mark Perry, Planning and Development. This case has been before this board at least 3 or 5 times prior. It's just over 2 acres. It's located on the north side of Berry Road. It's a tri-frontage lot consisting of 2 parcels. Both parcels will need to be joined together through unity of title prior to the issuance of any permits. The property spans 2 zoning districts. The bulk of the property is zoned office. Small portion is zoned low-medium density residential. Most of the existing development consists of 2 3-story buildings. All of them are located in the office zoning district. The parking lot that's in the LMDR district will be removed and landscaped with this proposal. The site was developed sometime between 1965 and 1972. It was a longer development process. The main proposal here,
You have,
yeah, I do, I'm up. Essentially, this project physically is very similar to every other development that's come through and been approved for this site. The only real difference is the use. The use in this case is residential, which is not a listed permitted use in the office zoning district, but it is permitted by the underlying future land use plan classification. So it is able to be asked for as part of a comprehensive infill redevelopment project. It will include 43 dwelling units, 11 of which will be considered affordable workforce housing. Part of the request includes a density increase, which is permitted if you provide up to 25% of your housing units as affordable. The remainder of the requests really deal with existing conditions, existing setbacks to parking, existing setbacks to building, existing landscape areas, things like that. In summary, the proposed site plan does not differ substantially from any of the prior approved applications that have come through in 2013, 2 in that year. One proposal came in 2017 and one in 2020. The primary physical difference is the change of use to residential and the removal of the small parking lot in the LMDR zoning district. Based on the application, there are numerous findings of fact and conclusions of law, which are included in the staff report, as well as 14 conditions of approval. If there are any questions, I'd like to take the opportunity to answer them if you have any.
Madam Chair and board members, I would like to clarify for you, there is a clerical error in the staff report on the conditions of approval. So I'd just like to read it to the record. Would that be the appropriate way to handle this, Ms. Sullivan? So I'll go ahead and read it. The condition of approval, as it's supposed to read, should say,
Which number is it?
number 2,
Okay.
it should say that pursuant to the terms of the proposed settlement agreement for that certain Pinellas County Circuit Court case bearing the case number of 21-004847, all necessary and required building permits shall be obtained within 3 months of the date such settlement agreement is approved by the City of Clearwater City Council, the effective date of the agreement. And that settlement agreement is anticipated to be approved by council in July, just so you know.
All right.
I'm happy to read it again for the record if we need to do so, or,
Send me a copy.
all right.
All right, anyone have questions for Mr. Perry? All right, presentation by the applicant?
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Pergolizzi. I'm a principal with Gulf Coast Consulting, 13825 Icott Boulevard, Suite 605 in Clearwater. I've been sworn. I've testified before this board as an expert witness in land use and transportation numerous times. My file is in the record, in the city's records. 2.13 acre site, split zoning, mostly office with an LMDR parcel to the east, because we have single-family residential further to the east. As Mark stated, we had prior approvals on this project in 2017 and 2020 to do a 90-bed ALF. The previous owner never got his site permits for that, never did anything with the property. The property fell into disrepair. The current owner, who is my client that I'm representing, purchased the property in February and immediately went to work with the city to square up the code enforcement issues and filed this application. We filed it in March. As Mark stated, 43 multifamily units within the existing buildings that would be renovated. Of those, 11 affordable housing dwelling units, and there's a land use restriction agreement that has been executed. That's part of the application as well. Residential use is appropriate here. This same client did 1520 Jeffords, which I think might have been before you a year ago. 1520 Jeffords converted an old ALF into affordable housing dwelling units. And that's the property that neighbors us to the north. We're reducing the impervious surface, increasing the green space. The LMDR parcel that had 12 parking spaces in it, well, we can't have parking spaces there for this type of use. So we're removing those, turning that into landscaping and green space. Serves as a great buffer between this use and the residential to the east. We believe it'll be an asset to the area, and we're looking to get moving. My client is getting ready to file building permits to do some interior renovations. I did receive a phone call from Mr. Johnson about an hour ago. I attempted to answer his questions, but apparently he didn't do a good job. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
That agreement you were referencing, were you talking about the settlement agreement?
No, the land use restriction.
Okay, that's a different agreement?
Yeah, that's part of he has to do that to verify that all of the units are affordable housing. The 11 units are affordable housing, what the income restrictions are, agreeing to the sizes of the units and certain aspects of the units.
All right. Mr. Daniel, it doesn't appear to me that cross-examination is necessary, and I think I would ask members of the public to go to that part of the agenda.
As long as staff and the applicant agree that cross-examination isn't necessary, then you can move on.
All right? Okay.
No cross.
We have comments or questions from members of the public. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Bill Johnson. I've appeared to you before for the Clearwater Neighborhood Coalition. Today, I'm just here asking a question. One of the things that we have done is looked at code enforcement problems. And we have a series of problems throughout the city, included in this property. Does this show up here?
Yes.
Do you want this?
All right.
Okay. This was taken a couple weeks ago. You notice that it was previously fenced, but the fencing has fallen down. These are both on the southeast portion of the property. This one is on the south portion of the property. The application or the documentation goes back to 2017. The code enforcement fines have accrued to the extent of $375,000. The question here is how long does the community have to wait to have this code enforcement problem resolved? And there's apparently some kind of an agreement that's in process, but it would be nice if that was made a part of this record so that we truly got this problem resolved rather than it going on for another 5 years.
Well, we have referenced the agreement and the conditions of approval, and like I mentioned earlier, they will have to obtain their building permits within 3 months of approval by City Council, which is anticipated to take place in July. So hopefully, we'll see some movement on that property pretty soon for you.
Could the board add a condition that the construction fencing that is fallen down and is allowing unsupervised entry from the south and the east would be resolved prior to something? Thank you.
I think we can handle that through our code enforcement staff to get in touch with them, and perhaps Mr. Pergolesi could address his willingness to resolve that before the building permits are issued.
And he could use his closing remarks to address that. All right. I think we will have closing remarks by the Planning and Development staff. All right.
Gina, you don't have a microphone, you know. Can the board hear me?
Yes.
Well, it doesn't matter, it's the TV can't hear me. Would you like me to come back on here?
Yes, that'd be good.
Good afternoon, Gina Clayton, Planning and Development. What I said is that we can have our code enforcement staff go out there, and also the applicant's representative probably could address your concerns today and get that taken care of before we move into the building permit phase.
All right. Mr. Perry's indicated that Planning and Development staff have no closing remarks to make. Mr. Pergolesi, do you have closing remarks that maybe address some of these issues and anything else you want to comment on?
I do. Again, Robert Pergolesi for the record. Getting an approval here today is step one for us to start fixing the property up as soon as later this week. He's ready to file his permits to do interior renovations and exterior renovations on the building. We will then need to file a site permit for site work to remove some of the parking and, install the landscaping. Yeah, the building has fallen into disrepair. I don't know the specifics of the settlement agreement with the city on code enforcement about the fines, but he's ready to pay what he needs to pay according to that agreement and can abide by condition number 2, which I think adequately addresses the issues and gives him a time frame. He can't get these permits fast enough. There's a pressing need for affordable housing in this city, in the whole county, and he's telling me what's taking so long. And I'm like, well, we've got hearings, so I'm happy to answer any more questions you have. And I think, as Gina stated, code enforcement can certainly, keep an eye on the property. He does have 24-hour security on the property. Okay.
Right.
At 1520 Jeffords, right next door.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing on this item. Discussion and vote by the board.
Can you read item 2 again, the way the amended?
Sure.
Not item 2, condition 2.
Condition of approval 2 reads that pursuant to the terms of the proposed settlement agreement for that certain Pinellas County Circuit Court case, bearing the case number of 21-004847, all necessary and required building permits shall be obtained within 3 months of the date such settlement agreement is approved by the City of Clearwater City Council, the effective date of the agreement.
So the
Yes, so that
motion,
should be July.
a motion to approve this item would reflect the change in
Amended
condition number 2
conditions.
that you just recited. Any discussion, or may I have a motion to approve this item?
I move to approve case number FLD 2022-20008 at 1510 Berry Road. Based on the evidence and testimony to the application, the staff report and today's hearing, endeavor to adopt the finding of facts and conclusions of law stated in the staff report with conditions of approval as listed. And
And amended, maybe?
As listed and amended.
as amended with,
You can just stop it right there. As amended is fine.
is that good?
Yep.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item number 1 is approved. Our next item to address is case FLD 2021-09018, 117 North McMullen Booth Road.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Perry and Mr. Ojeda have already been sworn in as witnesses, so I think they'll be perfectly ready to testify.
I think well, generally you have them done every first.
Do it every, all right, fair enough, we'll do it again. Madam Chair, at this time, I would ask that the board accept Mr. Mark Perry as a expert witness in general planning, zoning, redevelopment planning, land development code, and land development code amendments, special area plans and overlay districts, site plan review, and landscape architecture.
All right,
I move we accept Mr. Perry as an expert witness of the subject matters referenced.
I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Next, Madam Chair, I would ask that the board accept Mr. David Ojeda, a senior professional engineer, as an expert witness in civil engineering, land development, utilities, construction, and building permits, stormwater, and FEMA Federal Emergency Management Agency floodplain regulations.
I so move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, before you begin your presentation, Mr. Perry, I have been remiss in not requesting to identify anybody who wants to request party status for this item. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to ask to have party status for this item? All right, seeing none, Mr. Perry, you can begin.
All right, thank you. This site is located on the east side of McMullen Booth Road. It's a tri-frontage lot in that it has street frontage along McMullen Booth to the west, Drew Street on the north, and Bay on the south. This property came through in 2004 for a very similar project, an office in the office zoning district, similarly placed building with parking, similar requests for setback reductions. The primary aspects of this case, again, are the same as the one that went through in 2004. Setback reductions along the 3 street frontages to building, down to between 10 feet on the south, 12 feet on the north, and 15 feet on the west. And also a height increase from 25 feet to 35 feet. It is a 2-story building. All other aspects, applicable code provisions are being met. There are also some landscape reductions in landscape width from 15 feet to 10 feet, but that encompasses all of the request. The staff reviewed the application and the accompanying materials and found findings of fact and conclusions of law whereby a recommendation of approval can be made. With that, there are 13 proposed conditions of approval. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. Oh, I can, yeah, sure. Sorry. I get to talking, forget to click. That's the site plan. Terrific landscape plan. And then some elevations, they have some perspectives. People usually prefer it when I don't talk anyway. So.
What was that brown material, just out of curiosity? The brown material, what was that?
The brown material,
Building? Or maybe it was red?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm assuming stucco of some sort.
All right, does anyone have questions for Mr. Perry?
I just simply asked, why the increase in height?
I'm sorry?
Why did they increase the height from 20 feet to 30?
Well, 25 feet is what's permitted in the office zoning district. The increase in height is really for architectural embellishments on top of the building. If you look at the elevations, the height to the roof deck is 28 feet. So the remainder of that height increase is really for architectural embellishments. The code says that if you have a flat roof and you're not in a flood zone, or which this is not a flood zone, it's a flat roof. You measure from grade to that flat roof structure. The code says in this zoning district, 25 feet is the limit. I'm assuming that they're just looking to, because this is going to be Class A office space, they're looking for higher floor-to-ceiling heights inside the building. So that height to roof deck is 28 feet, and then that additional to 35 feet is to the top of the architectural embellishments. Code says that you can have an additional 42 inches for parapet and up to 16 feet for mechanical equipment enclosures. So all that's kind of taken into account. But because they're architectural embellishments, the parapet walls and things, they're taller than the 42 inches. We've, for the sake of being conservative, we've measured to the top of those architectural embellishments, which is 35 feet.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. Perry? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Presentation by the applicant.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure where the mic is. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Pensa. I'm an AICP certified planner. I have presented in front of this board before and have been accepted as an expert witness on land use zoning and other land development issues. We concur with staff's recommendations and their summarization of the report. Our findings and justifications for the request were in the file. Rather than take away from the time on the agenda, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have or that the public may have, reserve our time to either respond to those questions or for rebuttal if needed. I'll note that Mr. Perry's description of the height is correct. It is going to be a Class A office space, so you would want higher ceilings in it because it makes for a better quality office. It's also, as you saw from the elevations, it allows for variation both in facade depth and height in order to provide a nicer looking building. We do want to fit in with the community and respect the corridor that we're on and the neighborhood around us. So it helps with making it a better quality project.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
As in the last item, if there's an agreement with the planning staff and the applicant that no cross-examination is necessary, we'll move on to members of the public who want to comment or ask questions regarding this item. Yeah, come forward. Yes, please, and spell your last name for the clerk.
Aaron Klein, C-L-I-N-E. Address, do you need that?
Your first name?
Aaron, E-H-R-E-N, it's different.
All right.
Okay. So I'm the next door neighbor to the property, proposed property. Remember the application in 2004 was at that hearing as well, and I objected to very similar variances as well. My major objective is the height increase. It's a 10-foot increase. I don't think it's necessary. I understand it's a Class A office space, but the neighborhood doesn't really support that. There are no like buildings in the neighborhood. There's a Calvary Baptist school across the church, but that's a very different use, and there's a ballpark. It's very much a residential area. We have multiple neighbors that have probably didn't get the notice that they got in 2004. I'm not sure why the radius is smaller this time than in 2004, because I know other neighbors came. They did come to this one. They were all opposed about the same height increase. So my concern is the tall windows on the second floor, the visibility, because now all those beautiful trees in that lot are going to be gone except for one that's in between the driveway. It's a nice landscape buffer for my residence, which unfortunately, due to the county requirements, has a 3-foot raised septic field in the backyard. So effectively, my 6-foot fence provides 3 foot of privacy. I'm working with the county to try and get some kind of retention wall put in that property line so I can raise the fence up a bit to gain some more privacy. Because since they re-landscaped a lot of it, well, cleared it out, we have all the lighting, noise, traffic, all the dust and stuff from that, and it's been kind of a highway for taking a shortcut through that property over the many, many years. City's helped out a little bit. They put up do not trespass signs, excuse me, but they just go around them. My point is, I think the variances on the height, the request to go higher is too much for being right beside it. I'm going to be looking right at a 35-foot office building, ambient light in the evenings, which is going to be probably going to be shining out, a distraction to me. The property value impact, I'm not sure how that's going to be. If it could stay within the 25-foot level or closer to the 25-foot level, I'll be agreeable to that. Also the landscape buffer, I know there's gonna be 4 magnolia trees, I think they are, and some verbena bushes as well. Those will take some time to grow, and it's not gonna really replace what's currently there now. And I know the one thing I do agree with are these landscape setbacks. Push the building towards the road, towards Bay and Drew. Good idea. There's a 20-foot-ish, or sorry, 19-foot landscape barrier and pond between my lot and the proposed parking, which is gonna be helpful. There's retention, 10-foot landscape. I'd like to see some more substantial landscaping in that 10-foot. I don't think 4 magnolia trees and a hedge is gonna cut it. And I'd also like to know what the solid barrier is gonna be on the other side of those trees as well. That's kind of from a site plan perspective. I was a little disappointed to see that there was no infrastructure improvement for sewer, other than a directionally bored line all the way down Drew Street, so there's no improvement to the area. That section of Bay Lane has kind of been forgotten about by the city. I've asked questions, they said they're probably never gonna develop that lot, or that street, because it's too expensive. So we're never gonna have city sewer unless the whole neighborhood annexes in and decides to do that. Never gonna happen. So it's gonna be continually on septic forever. And then the other part, just the infrastructure, the setbacks, and really just the overall quality of the neighborhood. There are no other like buildings there, so as minimal as impact that building can have on the neighborhood, in my opinion, and it would be better for the rest of the neighborhood as well.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
Yeah.
Any other member of, oh, sorry, Mr. Klein.
Mr.
Klein.
May I ask a couple of questions? At this time, yes.
You got a question for me?
Yes, please.
Oh, sorry.
If you don't mind. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I want to find out. The concern about the septic tank is interesting, because I was involved in the septic tank program for Pinellas County.
Sure.
I know what the rate system is,
Yeah.
and I feel your concern about the groundwater that is being polluted by septic systems, and there's always been a effort, and it's sad that the city of Clearwater has decided to abandon. Is there any way, I know we can't, but is there a way to send a request back to the city to see why they are continuing to not extend sanitary sewer?
Excellent question, because at the end of Bay Lane, where it hits K Street and turns into the city, there's a sanitary sewer right there. One little directional or a 6-inch main would solve this whole problem.
Yeah.
And whether that's up to the cost of the developer, I can't imagine doing that is any more expensive than doing a directional bore 2/3 of the way down Drew Street.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make it, and a lift station, a private lift station, this doesn't make any sense.
I don't know if we can ask it from here, but that seems to be, if we're talking about planning, that would be the time to do that.
Like I got the sewer map, if you will. I think one of the gentlemen from the city sent it to me, and you can see obviously where everything goes, and Bay Lane's just this little island of nothing, the county side, if you will, which is never going to be improved.
We keep putting nitrates in the ground through the septic tanks and everything else.
Well, and I'm on my second drain field too, so 4 or 5 years ago, which, that's going to last another 10 years, and I'm going to let another $5,000 to $10,000 for that. So what's the impact? I'm spending money anyways. Why not put an impact fee for myself, the neighbors? I know there's other neighbors here that would be very interested in it as well. You've had a reduced cost or something, like organized effort to do that.
If you'd like, I could put you in contact with the engineering department.
I've already talked to them, they said they're not going to do anything about it. Yeah, thanks, Tom.
So I guess I'm asking, is it possible for this board or planning to go back and see about that? Maybe not yes so, but somehow it seems like if they're going to put in paving and
Well,
drives,
to me,
it'd be good.
not to cut you off, but to me, the installation of a lift station for a building like that, and the impact it's having on that neighborhood should not be allowed. It's disrespectful in some ways, because you're directly affecting that neighborhood, the property values, the overall aesthetic of the neighborhood. If it's Bay Lane, it's county property, it's not, Beverly Hills, I know, but it's our neighborhood, it's where we live, it's something we have to see every day. And it's just like, oh, let me just forget about everybody else and we'll just do this.
But to be clear, I'm not proposing that we take that into account in our decision here today.
No,
I'm just saying that this is the time to say something, because overall planning would be the time to do that, especially if they're putting in paving. I know when I was with county utilities and the health department, we tried to do that whenever we could, and I'm sort of disappointed that the city's not using their opportunity to do so.
It's a small section of street. You're talking 8 houses.
We appreciate you bringing it up to our attention again.
No, I know. Yeah.
And what was your address again?
3116 Bay Lane, directly beside the property. So,
Would you like my contact information?
Sure. You think it could help? Awesome. I'm good at hounding the city to do things. They were helpful in putting up those trespassing signs, so I will say that eventually, but again, they just drive around anyway. So. But I'm all for the lot being developed, trust me, it's under patch now.
Nobody can hear you.
I'm sorry.
You gotta be at the
Maybe at the
microphone.
microphone.
I'm all for the property being developed. I know it's zoned office, so I know it's going to be there. I'm just looking for the most minimal impact and the best value for the property, and, so all the neighbors are happy. I know we all share the same concern. Thank you so much.
All right, anyone else who wants to comment or raise questions about this item?
My name is Cheryl Childers, and I live at 3119 Chambly Lane. And I'm not,
Can you spell your last name?
Childers, 3119 Chambly Lane. So my backyard is on Drew Street. And I'm not directly, I'm one house over. And right now, there's a lot of traffic on McMullen and Drew. I don't know if you ever get over that way. But it's busy. It's busy, busy, busy. And it's loud and it's busy. And I'm concerned also about additional traffic. Right now, there's a sign posted that says, "Watch for kids." And that's because people that go down Drew Street just barrel it down, and school buses come by there. So I am concerned about traffic. And if some of the traffic comes onto Drew, they can't go west and then north onto McMullen. So what I'm afraid they're going to do is come east, up Callias, and down Chambly. That's where I live. So I'm concerned about the traffic, also about the windows, the height, the windows. Are you going to look at my backyard? Are you going to look at my house? My neighbors? This is a residential area. People walk their dogs, it's, so I have some concerns about that. If anyone can address any of that.
The planning staff and the applicant will have an opportunity to address anything that has been raised in their closing remarks.
Oh, all right. Would I have another opportunity after that?
I don't think we have that in our format.
Okay, all right,
But
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Alicia Kaiser, address, excuse me,
Spell your first name.
both names, yes?
Yes.
ALICJA and address is 3112 Featherwood Court. My property is next street over to the south of project which is will be built, hopefully. My main consideration is so many vacant places, office places. Why to build office space 35 feet tall in a total residential area? Will be eyesore to everybody. People who will be working, will be watching our pools, our backyards, what we are doing, and it's not like what we want to do. And property probably will go down, value of the property, because of this eyesore, I will call. And that's only my consideration. Why?
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else, member of the public, that would like to address this item? All right, can we have closing remarks by the planning and development staff?
I jotted a few notes. I'd like to address some of the concerns expressed. The first was the setback from the east. The building has been located about 145 feet from the east property line, so the applicant has pushed this building as far towards the west as reasonable. Just to put it into perspective, per code, without any special permissions, the side east setback is 10 feet. So if the applicant were to come in, they could do a building 25 feet tall with a 10-foot east setback. So they're asking for a 35-foot tall building, and some of that extra height is really for architectural improvements. So the effective occupiable area is, say, 28 feet. That's to the roof deck, so it's only 3 feet more than the 25 feet. That would otherwise be permitted. I should also point out that the adjacent property to the east is zoned low, medium density residential. The height permitted in the LMDR zoning district is 30 feet without any special permissions, without anything. So really the height of the proposed building is really comparable to the height of a building that could be built in these adjacent or nearby residential properties, not much different. As far as the magnolias go, we really encourage our folks, when they come into, to present landscape plans, we look for horticulturally responsible landscaping plans, and the spacing of the magnolias is horticulturally responsible. I wouldn't have anything more put in. As far as the use, there was a concern about why the use on this property. Well, the property is zoned office. The permitted uses in the office district are limited primarily to office uses. That's what they're asking for. I can't speak to the windows, but again, a single-family home could certainly have as many windows as they like at a height of 30 feet. And as far as septic goes, that's not really a zoning issue. If you have questions regarding that, I can probably have someone from engineering speak to that, but we don't require properties to provide septic for the entire surrounding area or sewer. If there are any questions, I'd like to try to answer them.
I have one for you, Mark. And I think you did it, I just caught the back end of it, though. The residential lots that are down the street there, they could build a second story on any of those houses. I mean, there's some that already do, but I mean, second-story homes.
Sure, provided that they meet setbacks. Setbacks in the LMDR district are 5 feet on the sides, 25 on the front, 10 on the rear, but yes.
An elevation of these houses can go to
30 feet.
30 feet. Okay. Without coming in for any.
Correct, without any special permissions.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll have closing remarks by the applicant.
Good afternoon again, for the record, Peter Pensa with Avid Group is the agent and representing the property owner and developer. I took some notes on what the residents had done, so in no particular order, I'm kind of going to walk through it in the order that they were presented. Mr. Klein was the resident who spoke to you first. Mr. Perry did reach out to me and introduce me to him by email. I did call him and had email correspondence with Mr. Klein the same day that I was introduced to him. We did talk about the sewer situation in the neighborhood. Obviously, being in the city and developing for commercial, we're required to connect to the city sewer system. And my understanding is that most of the residences on Bay are on septic. Some of the ones on the far east side of the block are connected to a gravity system with the city. I'm the one who provided the utility atlas to Mr. Klein to show him where we were connecting. Since then, Ron Moorhan, who's the engineer and project manager on this project, has looked at it. We need to have a discussion with the city staff, but at this point, we believe it may be feasible to do gravity sewer, and if we can, we want to have discussions with the city about doing that instead of lift station. We are open to the option, but we need the flexibility to look at that. But as a planner, I believe it's a benefit, obviously, to provide for residential connecting to a sewer system and removing septic systems from an urbanized county. So we are definitely open to looking at that, but we need to make sure that it's feasible, both from an engineering perspective as well as, as far as the city's concerned and so on. With regard to the height, as Mr. Berry explained earlier, and you have some color renderings that were put up during the presentation, but also in your packet were some black and white flat elevations with dimensions on them. And I don't know if that can be pulled up or not, but I'll walk you through it. The first floor height is from floor to ceiling is 13 foot. Then there's 2 foot for the ceiling and floor system between the floors, so that gives you 15 feet to where your feet are on the second floor. And then it's 10 foot to the ceiling, and then there's a 3 foot roof system. That would be the ceiling, obviously the second floor space to the top, to the roof deck. And then another 7 foot for the parapet and architectural features for aesthetics. It's not occupied space. So the top 10 foot of this request is not occupied space. It's there for aesthetics. An average adult, if they're standing on the second floor, their eyes would be somewhere in the range of about 20 feet. So you'd have 13 foot for the first floor, 2 foot for the floor system, and then figure about 5 foot if you're about a 5.5 foot tall person. In addition to that, the trees that need to be planted have to be 10 foot minimum height at planting. That's the city's standard. And at that distance away from it, by design, we move the building as far west as possible. And so the trees will provide for a visual barricade.
Your time's expired, so if you could just wrap it up real quickly.
Okay. Well, let me, Jane Caldera, who's the traffic engineer on this, can she speak to the traffic issues?
I don't believe we have that in our
Up
format.
to the chair to convey additional time if you'd like. If you're going to do that, I'd suggest that additional time be given to others, so take that for what it's worth.
All right.
If it helps the board, remember I didn't do a presentation at the beginning in order to reserve time, since we didn't know what questions would be asked.
Right. Board, anyone have an objection to
If it was
allowing?
brought up, I would say yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
This is my opinion.
How much time? 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, my name is Jane Caldera, I'm a professional traffic engineer.
Your last name, please?
C-A-L-D as in David, E-R-A. I reside at 721 Gulf Boulevard, Indian Rocks Beach. I have presented in front of this board before as an expert in traffic engineering, but it was a long time ago when they were in the other building on the second story. So, if I can proceed, I'll be brief. We did work with staff at looking at the traffic generation for an office building. The traffic is below the criteria to get traffic studies involved. I believe your code requires any projects greater than 50 net new trips in the peak hour to get into more comprehensive traffic reviews. This project will have 14 trips in the AM and 13 in the PM, so it's well below the threshold. We also went ahead and worked with staff to review the crash data at the intersection of McMullen Booth and Drew, just to know if there's been any severe problems out there. In the last 3 years, the data provided by the City of Clearwater, at that time I was working with Bennett Elbow, there have been 0 crashes on the Drew side of the east side of the intersection, which is the side the project's on. And the overall intersection in the last 3 years, all 4 approaches, there have been 0 fatalities. So the crash rates were relatively low in my professional opinion. Like I said, we worked with the city staff on the access, and we actually, I don't know if I can switch to the site plan from here, but you will be able to, I got it. We went with a one-way circulation, so we had the driveway as far east as possible, so you will be able to exit the driveway when you're leaving and take a left to go back to the traffic signal and go north on McMullen Booth, south on McMullen Booth, or west on Drew. Also, if you have a reason to go towards Bayshore and go to the east, you can make that turn also. But I believe that was a question from a resident, and you will be able to egress the site and use the traffic signal. And if there's any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I should offer time for those members of the public that spoke.
We've got to put an end to this at some point.
Right.
But since we went a little bit out of order in terms of how we're going to present the case, then I think it's fair
All right.
to give folks an additional short time to comment.
All right, Mr. Klein, do you have comments?
How much time?
How about we do 30 seconds or a minute?
Oh, 2 minutes, you got 2 minutes, that'll be good.
Well, yeah, but then.
But listen, we're not going to do this all day.
Yeah.
All right? We're not gonna go tit for tat, because otherwise we're gonna
Right.
be here till midnight.
Right, I defer to our counsel.
Whatever.
You can have-
So there was a speed study done by Bennett Elbow on that street, Drew Street. And it was well documented that there was massive speeding going on. We had 99% buy-in from all the neighbors to put speed bumps on that road. We got to the point where Bennett and his counterpart came out and spray painted the bumps on the road where they were gonna go. And then, I forget his name, Paul, thank you, from the city decided, I just don't want to do that because it's a collector road. I'm like, well, we're not interested in your opinion. We're interested in the safety of the children on that road, the value of the neighborhood, the houses, and the chronic speeding that's occurred now that they have the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit flashing in your face, and the people speed in spite of it anyways. So, and in the morning, that line of traffic that you're saying when you turn left out of that property is jammed up with cars, 2 rows deep in a 1-lane road. So, just well-documented case that there's been chronic and still is chronic speeding issues on that road, and already congested traffic in the morning and in the evenings. So,
Thank you, Mr.
turning into
Cole.
that lot is going to be a problem.
Thank you. Any of the other members of the public who spoke earlier have any comments that they would like to add? All right. With that, we're going to close the public hearing and have discussion and vote by the board.
Do I understand it correctly that is the only flexibility request relative to the height? Or are there others that I missed?
The flexibility requests are pertain to height and also to setback to building. The setback on the west is 15 feet, to the south 10, and to the north 12 feet. Typically, front setbacks are 25 feet. The issue is that this is a tri-frontage lot, so they would...
Mark the provision of a loading space too, right?
Oh, yeah, there's also provision, although typically that would be handled administratively, but it's included in this. Most uses require at least 1 loading space. That is included in the request. Loading spaces like that are usually geared for like large trucks doing large deliveries. The applicant has told us that they anticipate having like your UPS and FedEx van, making typical office deliveries.
Mark, Mark, just for a point of clarification, on the plan, is there a buffer fence at all between the property and the east adjoining property?
Yes, there's going to be a 6-foot solid fence. I believe it's going to be a PVC.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Technically, we're past the collection of evidence at this point, and we should just be discussing among ourselves what, if any opinions there are, if nothing else to discuss, make a motion to approve or other motion.
Could I ask one more question?
Sure.
I'm just trying to, obviously I want to maintain the rights of the property owner, but also be sympathetic to the neighbors. As it relates to this height requirement, as I understand it, it's from finished floor to the top of the parapet wall, correct?
Yeah, we've advertised for the sake of being very conservative to the top of the parapet wall.
So I see the top of the parapet wall, and then there's an additional architectural feature above it. I'm not sure it's going to change sight lines. Has there been any discussion or willingness from the applicant is there any ability to architecturally provide some flexibility there to reduce that? Has that been discussed at all or no?
No, from a staff standpoint, given the fact that the building will be at almost 150 feet from the nearest residential property line to the east, and then separated from adjacent uses by public rights-of-way and some setbacks, we just didn't feel that the increased height for the purposes of adding architectural embellishment was unreasonable. I mean, they could certainly, it's obviously physically possible to shrink the building down and have smaller floor-to-ceiling ratios and shave off 3 feet and get rid of the architectural, most of the architectural embellishments. Yeah,
But as you stated too, they can move that building all the way 10 feet off the east property line pretty
correct.
much and
The building
rearrange the site.
could certainly be
You have
located.
a wall 10 feet off your property line, 25 feet tall.
25 or 30?
25.
25 feet is the minimum standard development in the office zoning district, 25 feet.
The 30 is the residential.
I mean,
For height? Well, theoretically, as part of a comp infill, you can request almost any height. Which, they could ask for 50 feet or 100 feet. I guess I wasn't loud enough. As part of a comprehensive infill redevelopment project, when you look at that line item for height in the code, it's NA, which means that theoretically an applicant could ask for any height. They could ask for 50 feet or 100 feet or 150 feet. Doesn't mean that we would recommend approval. I mean, certainly we're going to be looking at where does you start, and it starts at 25 feet. That's what's permitted. What's going on in the area? How does the site plan work? How far are they from other properties? What are those other properties used for?
And there's additional requirements with comp infill too that you're supposed to meet in the code, right?
Correct. One of the requirements of a comp infill, one of the specific criteria, is that the building is enhanced with additional architectural features, which is sort of what they've done. Well, it's exactly what they've done. So.
I don't want to do this too much, but I'm getting way out of my expertise, I'll admit it. But what the decision by the architect here is that they want to have the rooms taller, more high range, let's say. Build it higher so you have offices or nice high roofs and stuff. They're not adding it for other reasons, more for architecture, so you can get a better rent, get better renters. That's the design of an architect. We're talking about how we changed designs of buildings over the years, and that's essentially what it is. By having it taller, I guess they think they'll have a return on having better clients. Is that sort of what's going on there? Is that?
Maybe we want to clarify that with the applicant themselves?
Yeah, maybe so, if I could, yeah.
Yeah, I've only looked at it from the aspect of how does it look. And from my standpoint, what I'm looking at is the additional height warranted. So are they adding extra floors on? No, they're doing 2 floors. The extra height is really 3 feet to roof deck, right? It's 25 feet to 28 feet. The height over that to 35 is really to top of parapet walls and other architectural embellishments. In my opinion, that makes for a better project overall, and that's what the code requires that I do. That's some of the specific use criteria for comp infill, is that you're providing a project that is better, whatever that is. That's certainly subjective, but you're guided with the criteria that the project has to provide, articulation of the fenestration and other roof lines and cornice lines and things like that. It has a whole list of kind of tool bag items that you can do to make a building look more attractive than normal. Sure, they can probably shave it down a few feet, meet their 25 foot, do a bare minimum parapet wall, and it'll just be, they can certainly do that. In my opinion, the applicant is trying to do something a little bit more.
Does that answer your question, Mr.
That answers my question. I don't need to have anything from the architect. That was sort of enough for me. I just wanted to make sure I explored that adequately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Comments by the board? Discussion?
I think we've heard this before in other developments too, where you have a 10-foot or a 15-foot setback to the adjacent property, depending on the zoning, and the applicant has, instead of building that project to the existing height limitations, 10 feet off of a property line where you essentially have a wall right next to you, they're moving an additional 130 feet away from it, and they're asking for 3 feet. I look at the landscape plan on this particular project, and I'm looking at this, and I understand the 4 magnolias, but you also have to plant trees that give you space to grow. I believe that's part of the staff looking at things, but I'm also, there's additional plantings on this site that are also going to have visibility blockage and buffering to the east and surrounding properties. I mean, I think the developer went a lot. The height, it's not going to 35 feet on the entire building all the way around it. It's looking at the architectural element above the entryways. I hope we look at the traffic. The thing that was disconcerting to me was a comment in here about traffic calming, which has been instrumental in my personal life. That I would hope that the city's looking at that. If you've got 90% of the residents on that particular street asking for traffic calming, I cannot even imagine that the city is not looking into it. And I would think that you would take another effort in doing such. And I'm glad you brought it to the attention of the board, and it's but looking at that, and then hopefully they can work something out with the drainage, the sanitary sewer, if that comes into play. And it sounds like the developers will be willing to look into it at least, and the city obviously has made some comment that they would too. So that's the end of my comment. But
Anyone else have comment? I think, based on the evidence we've heard, that this is something I would recommend approving. Obviously, there are things to be looked at in the future. We always want to hear concerns of people who believe they'll be affected, and appreciate members of the public who came forward. But I think the applicant has met their burden, and the project ought to be approved. Anybody have a motion?
Yeah, I would agree. I'll make a motion. I move to approve case number FLD 2021-09018, based on the evidence and testimony presented in the application, the staff report, and in today's hearing, and hereby adopt the finding of fact and conclusions of law stated in the staff report with conditions of approval as listed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, item number 2 is approved. We move on to case FLD 2020-05012A, along with a series of transfer cases. Is there anyone who wishes to request party status for this item? Is there anyone who wishes to request party status for this item? All right, seeing none, if we can proceed with presentation by the planning staff.
So I have 3 experts to be sworn in. Madam Chair, at this time, I would ask that the board accept Mr. Mark Perry as an expert in general planning, zoning, redevelopment planning, land development code, and land development code amendments, special area plans and overlay districts, site plan review, landscape, and architecture.
Move to accept Mr. Perry as an expert witness on the subject matters referenced.
I would also ask the board accept.
Is
Oh,
there,
sorry,
is there
getting
a
a little ahead of
second?
myself.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
I would also ask that the board accept Mr. David Ojeda, be an expert in civil engineering, land development, utilities, construction and building permits, stormwater, FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency floodplain regulations.
Move we accept Mr. Ojeda as an expert witness on the subject matters referenced.
And last but
And
not
a
least,
second.
sorry.
second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Last but not least, I would ask that the board accept Mr. Eric Gandy as an expert witness in marine, aviation, and dock matters.
Move we accept Mr. Gandy as an expert witness on the subject matters referenced.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, Mr. Perry.
Thank you. Mark Perry, Planning and Development. This application has been before this board before. It is just over 1 acre. It consists of 4 parcels spanning both sides of East Shore Drive. 3 of the parcels are located on the east side, and 1 parcel is located on the west. The entire subject property is in the tourist zoning district and in the marina district of Beach by Design. The last time that this case came before the board, it was for 74 units, a building about 65 feet in height. And I should also note that this was also the subject at that time of a hotel development agreement to transfer, to allocate 8 units from the reserve. That application also included transfer of development rights. So that's why there is a transfer of development rights amendment case number with this one as well. The proposal at this point is very similar to what was previously approved, with a few differences. The total number of units is being increased to 91 hotel units. That increase is due to additional units being transferred to the site through a transfer of development rights. No other units have been transferred from, or allocated rather, from the reserve. This project did have to go back, prior to coming here, it did have to go back to have the hotel development agreement amended, which City Council did approve that amendment. The other main item is the increase in height from about 65 feet to 80 feet. I should point out that 80 feet for hotels in the Marina District is the max. To get that height, or even to be considered for that height, one of the main requirements in the Marina District is for the provision of a publicly accessible boardwalk along the water. That is provided with this proposal, as it was with the previously approved one. So there's really no change to that. They are still continuing to provide publicly accessible boardwalk with a publicly accessible sidewalk running along the north side of the site. Oh, thank you. That's the site plan. The 3 parcels that will contain the building are on the east side. It should be on the right side of the screen. On the west side of the street, which is the smaller portion of property, that will be used for a 40-odd space surface parking lot. You can see that they're also providing docks. 8 of the slips will be used for the general public. Anyone can kind of go use those or lease them or what have you. The remainder of the 50 docks, there's 50 slips altogether, the remainder of them will be used only as accessory to the hotel. So the hotel can use it, their guests can use it, or the hotel could use it for.
And Mark, that's a reduction in the publicly usable slips, right? From
Correct.
22 down to 8.
Yeah, the originally approved application had 22 publicly accessible slips. So this has been reduced to 8. So that will result in 2 uses being established on the site: overnight accommodations and a marina facility, because any slips that are used for the public meets the definition of a marina facility. Those 8 slips are required to be self-parked, one parking space per 2 slips, which is provided. The full complement of required parking is included with the proposal, which covers all the hotel units and the 8 marina facility slips. Again, I just want to point out the other reason that this has to come back, besides the increase in height and the increase in intensity of use, both of those 2 items would require that this project come through as a formal amendment, is also for the transfer of development rights. The code says that development rights can be freely transferred, so we don't keep track of buying or selling of them. But the city is obligated to approve the use of those development rights as they've been transferred. So a total of 28 units are being transferred to this site from 2 other sites, one on Brightwater Drive and one off of Hampden. Based on the applicant's submittal, the staff has found a series of findings of fact and conclusions of law, which leads us to recommend approval of this proposal. And I believe we have 43 conditions of approval. If there are any questions that I can try to answer, I'd be happy to do so.
Mr. Perry, I have a question. I recall from the staff report that the marina slips would not be allowed to have, for example, fueling or dumping or anything of that sort. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, they're very, very limited, and it's limited by the development agreement. So we've taken aspects from the hotel development agreement and incorporated them into the conditions of approval. But that one, yes, it's very, very limited what they can do with those slips. Yes, no fueling, no maintenance, no dry storage. Yeah, not a lot. So if you have a boat and you want to rent that slip, you can keep your boat there. That's basically what it can be used for.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Perry?
Just, if I can just, so if there's a city as a planning issue, encourage public dock space. I mean, I'm disappointed that it's being reduced, but maybe I don't understand the whole concept of why, how much marina space we want for public marina. Seems like that's something good for everybody. But of course, I see what's happening. They're making more units, so they want to have more of their own boat slips. It makes sense. I understand that. But is that good for the city? Is that in our planning, best for planning of the city to have fewer public boat slips, or have you thought about that? How does that come out?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I think I mentioned in the staff report that certain elements of the comprehensive plan, and certainly Beach by Design, recognize that we're a boating destination, we're a boating community, and we certainly do encourage the development of marina facilities. Do we require it? No, it's not a requirement. The applicant is under no obligation to provide publicly accessible slips at all. So the fact that they're providing any is supported by both the comprehensive plan and Beach by Design. From a professional planning standpoint, do I wish there were more? I don't really have an opinion on that, to be honest with you. It's whatever works best for the project. And if they decided that they don't want to be in the business of being a marina facility, I could kind of understand that. You know, because a hotelier is probably very good at being a hotelier. You know, are they great at being a marina facility business operator? I don't know. But in this particular case, 8 slips works for them, and they believe that they can make that work as part of their business model.
That answers my question on that. Can they rent out individually the slips that are assigned to the hotel? Could they just rent them out on the
You
road?
or me?
Or
to anybody?
Yeah, to anybody.
No, because that would make those a marina facility and they'd have to park them. No, the 42 slips that are accessory to the hotel are for hotel guests only. So, you know, if hotel guests want to arrive by boat rather than by car, then they have their own parking space. You know, they have their own boat parking space. If the hotel wants to rent out kayaks to its guests, and its guests only, they could do that as sort of a service. You know, they may offer, you know, a fitness room to their guests and their guests only. It would be just another accessory for the hotel itself, not open to the general public.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Perry.
Thank you.
Presentation by the applicant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Brian Ung, 625 Port Street, on behalf of the applicant, 411 ES LLC. And as Mr. Perry stated, this application has been before you before and has also been before the City Council several times. Each time it's been unanimously approved to move forward, and each time, respectfully, I believe we've demonstrated it has improved. The plan, the project, the design, everything about it has improved, and I'm happy to say this will be the last time it's before you before we move forward to a building permit, assuming that it's approved today. And we appreciate all of the staff's time working with us on these issues, particularly on some of the title issues as it relates to the transfer of density rights, which is not always the easiest thing to grasp and understand when you're talking about air rights. So we spent a significant amount of time with Mr. Middich and his team and with Gina, Ella, and Lauren to make sure that we were complying with all those provisions related to transfer of density rights. One thing I want to start off by saying is that it's been a priority of the city planning department to get density reserve units into this East Shore pedestrian boardwalk area. And one of the great things that this site is going to accomplish is it will be the second hotel to provide for that 15-foot wide public boardwalk that eventually will connect to Papaya. This site doesn't reach as far as Papaya, but eventually will connect to Papaya, which is where the city has established kind of the foothead, the beachhead for that public observation deck boardwalk, and that East Shore project does connect to that boardwalk. So this will move that boardwalk south, closer to the roundabout and closer to hopefully some pedestrian access to feed that retail, restaurant, hotel district on East Shore. The other thing I wanted to point out is that the slips are consistent with the East Shore slips that were just approved. You might recall that application came back several times. The last time you saw that application in December for 455 East Shore, the Courtyard Marriott that just opened up, it was to convert 8 of the slips to marina slips so they could be chartered. This is the same. You'll have 50 total slips, 8 will be charters. That's exactly as we have up the street at 455 East Shore and is consistent with that application. I don't know what Ms. Michalik is going to ask about, so I'm going to reserve a lot of my time for rebuttal or for closing to try to answer those questions. I did want to just go through the approval process again in case there are any questions regarding the TRs. I don't know if we can get the Elmo on the screen. Thank you, ma'am. So Mr. Perry has always did an excellent job in his 39-page staff report, going through the entire history of the site and also talking about the TDRs at length. So this site here is what used to be known as 410, 420 Hamden, and this site no longer exists. So as part of the original TDR application, you approved the transfer of 18 density units from the Hamden site to this site. My client has closed on that transaction and owns those density rights. So Hamden no longer has any density rights. This site here that doesn't exist has 0 density as it relates to overnight accommodations. That's an important fact from a legal perspective. There was a condition of approval on that FLD because my client was only using 11 of the 18 units he purchased from Hamden on the 74-unit hotel. So there was a condition of approval that said, okay, you can construct those 11, you're going to own 7 more if you want to sell those or do whatever you want, but you can't develop those 7 extra units unless you come back and show us 7 more units on a site plan, which is what we're doing today. So you're not approving the transfer of that density. That density has already been transferred, it's already been sold, and my client owns it. You're approving his ability to actually construct those 7 units on his site. So there's not going to be another closing with the Hamden site. That is done. Now, subsequently, that Hamden site was unified with these parcels, which were also subject to a development agreement. But that didn't increase the density of that site. It increased the parking. And that application for 405 Coronado was already approved by this board last month and is unappealable. So that's already been done and that's been approved. Keep in mind, both of these sites are subject to development agreements, so this has already been presented to the City Council and in both cases unanimously approved by the City Council. The City Council doesn't approve density transfers, that's your job, but the City Council was aware that this is what the plan was for both of these sites and blessed the concept site plan for this site showing 91 units and for the 405 Coronado site showing those units. The other site is Brightwater, and this is where we're getting 10 new units. So there's 28 total transfer of density rights. 18 are coming from the Hamden site or have already come from the Hamden site, and 10 are coming from the Brightwater site. Mr. George Pappas, who's an attorney for the seller on the Brightwater site, is here to answer any questions you have regarding the title history of those units. When I presented the development agreement to the City Council in December and explained to them that we were going to add these 10 additional units, At that time, I believed that they were at Somerset on North Beach because of a transfer, a deed that Mr. Pappas's client had recorded. As part of this application and discussing with Mr. Middich, that deed was never approved by the CDB and wasn't part of a site plan, which is one of the requirements for a transfer of density right. So Mr. Pappas and his client have corrected the recorded title history of these units, these 10 units, and they do remain in Brightwater under a developer's reservation of development rights. So this Brightwater has been subjected to a condo, but in the condo docs, the developer retained the right to the undeveloped units to the density rights. I hope that answers any questions about the TDRs. I really don't want it to get any more convoluted than that, but let me just tell you, Mr. Middich has looked at it, Director Clayton's looked at it, Mr. Pappas has looked at it, I've looked at it, Carlton Ward's looked at it. So we've had a lot of attorneys working on these density rights, and everything is in order for the density rights. I will reserve the 3 minutes and 30 seconds I have left to add to my 3 minutes at the end if there are new questions that I didn't address. Thank you.
Mr. Ranks, before you sit down, I want to raise a point of order with the board. Your rules do not provide for the reservation of time anywhere. And I'm a little concerned, especially based on the last hearing, that we're going to go down sort of a rabbit hole with, I heard something that I didn't know was going to be raised, and I wish to have more time to do that, and we're going to start chopping up our time in increments so that we can make sure that every argument is raised and rebutted. And I think that's, first of all, not provided for in your rules. It could be, if you wish to do that at some point in the future, but at present, your rules do not require, do not provide for the reservation and adding on of time in other portions of the hearing, and I don't recommend that you go down that road here today.
But Mr. Onks would have closing remarks time. We don't have a party status person.
Correct.
In this case, just like the two previous cases. So unless either Mr. Onks or Planning and Development staff want to cross-examine each other for some reason, which they haven't so far today, I would assume then we would be moving to comment by the public, and if there are comments by the public that need to be, or the applicant wants to address, they could do that in closing remarks.
They can do that in closing remarks, but I think what Mr. Unks is and I don't want to be misrepresenting what you're asking for. You have 3 minutes and 21 seconds left on your clock. What he's asking, I think, is to say that his closing argument or his closing remarks can then be extended from the ordinary 3-minute limitation to 6 minutes and 21 seconds. Okay. Again, I find that not authorized by your rules.
All right.
That's exactly what I'm requesting, Madam Chair. I mean, I may not need 3 minutes. I hopefully anticipated what the questions were going to be and addressed those. I could have gotten up and said, hey, I've got 3 applications, I want 30 minutes. I've got 2 TDR applications and an FLD application, but these are being combined for ease. So I would just ask your discretion. If some major issue that I didn't anticipate comes up during public comment that I need to have my architect or my marina expert address, I'd like to have the flexibility to do that, just like the last applicant had. I don't intend to do it, but if it's necessary, I will be very judicious if it's not necessary to not do that. Thank you.
And I would advise the board, you can take those requests as they come up, but I would not recommend you prospectively reserving time for rebuttal and the like.
No, I understand.
As it's not provided for in the rules.
Sure.
I would agree with that. If you need extra time, we can decide if you want to have it under that period of time, but not because it's already in the bag for future use.
Yes.
All right.
Everybody else agree with that? All right. Unless there is interest in the planning staff on cross-examination, Mr. Onks, any cross-examination? All right, then at this time we would call for comments by the public. If there's any member of the public that wishes to comment or raise questions regarding this item.
Christine Michalek, 855 Bayway Boulevard. I was going to send that to you earlier. Michalek, Michalek. I was going to send this to you earlier, but unfortunately I couldn't find your contact information, and I'm moving forward.
Do you have another copy for the clerk?
Oh, yes, I do,
Thank you.
along with my individual speaker card. This is not my first time before you, except for I'd like to welcome Mr. Rector, who I have not been in front of him. Today we're discussing East Shore Drive, which I'm sure your heads were spinning with all those TDRs, weren't you? You were wondering, oh no, another TDR. Well, here we go. This project has been 3 years in the making, and this company has asked for flexibility in regards to height, setbacks, more units, ta-da, 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 ta-da. As an activist for our neighborhoods, I will share with you today, I'm not going to be talking about the east setback, because Mr. Perry has told me that everything is copacetic and that it meets the code, and it'll also meet Pinellas County. I'm not going to talk about the project location because it's in the commercial district. And as we know, the courtyard is right down the street, so I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about the future traffic debacle. This narrow street, customers entering Walgreens, delivery trucks, cars entering the roundabout, going right to this property. Now, I'm not going to talk about that because that was discussed earlier in the Marriott courtyard and it was dismissed as it'll all be fine. What I'm talking about today is the newest ask, the inclusion of a 50-slip marina facility and a commercial dock. I'm asking you, board, would you please preserve our Clearwater Bay and Mandalay Channel waterways? Let's talk about the elephant, no, the manatee in the room. My hope is that all of you have experienced seeing manatees in Clearwater Bay. My hope is that you know the following. Hundreds of manatees are dying from red tide and from abuse in the Gulf of Mexico. Thousands of manatees are dying in the Indian River Lagoon from starvation. We've had a massive die-off of seagrass, not only in the Indian River Lagoon, but also the other thing that's most recent is that the boat industry are having lawsuits that want to take the manatees off the endangered species list. Come on, people. In your proposal, you will see that Woods Consulting had a seagrass survey which looked at this property, which is right here, and identified, you can see that's the yellow area. They said that this is devoid of seagrass, which literally nourishes our manatees. And it said also that we really do not have to worry about this project. If you look at this, you'll see there's no docks there right now. There's no docks. And I also want to point out to you, I am not a certified ecologist. I want you to know that the survey that the Wood Company did was 14 months ago. During the COVID period, there has not been a lot of traffic, and our waterways have not been crowded. Consequently, can we assume that possibly the seagrass is now being nourished? I'm asking you quickly, say no way to the 50-slip marina facility and demand that we do a new survey to see if seagrass is going so that we can preserve our manatees for ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
McElwack. All right, at this time, I think we will have closing remarks by the Planning and Development.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a clarification to address the comments that were just made. First of all, the slip component is not new. This feature has been consistently shown since the first approved project on this site for this hotel. So it's not a new feature. The only real difference is that, and I should point out, it is not a 50-slip marina facility. And words do matter. It's an 8-slip marina facility. Only 8 of the slips are considered marina facility. The rest are accessory to the hotel. In my opinion, waterfront properties, a usual and customary accessory use is probably a dock of some sort, similar to all the other docks that are up and down the intercoastal in this area. So I wanted to correct those. As far as any of the environmental issues, our engineering department has reviewed this application completely and have had no issues with regard to the proposal. If there are any other questions, I can try to answer them. If there's anything specific to environmental issues, we do have our harbor master here that can speak to that, and a representative from engineering as well.
I do understand that Clearwater likes to encourage boats and boating. That's why a lot of us are here. So I don't want to be a pill. I am asking, though, I don't quite understand the seagrass issue. Last month, we had one that said seagrass went out 40 feet. And so somebody had to put 84 feet out in the water because they couldn't build up close. Now, why does that same criteria not apply here? I'm not saying I really agreed with the other one. Seagrass, I know they munch at my dock all the time, and the speedboats go by the intercoastal like crazy, and they're a lot slower, and a jet ski is less damage to a manatee than and they're slow in here. But nevertheless, the criteria says they had to go out 40 feet to get out of the seagrass there. How come? What the argument was?
The first thing I would probably say that this is a different site. Every site's different. I don't...
This was for the marine requirement. This was not us. This was because of the Florida and everybody else. That's a law like. So what's different here? It looks, unless that survey has not been done, that there's not really seagrass, and that's sort of not a really good picture. It's just green, and that's possible. It wasn't us. Do we get to choose which ones we go out 84 feet foot or not?
Okay, to continue to answer your question. First of all, it's a different site. You can't use the same survey. For seagrass, it's a different site. And to finish, I would probably want to defer to the folks in engineering with regard to environmental issues as well as a harbor master, because I'm also not a marine biologist or anything like that, so I can't fully answer that question.
I don't know this. Based on the nature of the request, I don't know quite what benefit that's going to yield to this application, since that matter is not truly at issue before the board.
Right. All right.
I mean, I want to stop you, but I don't see what use it provides.
We can also address it during our closing.
All right. I'll defer to counsel and see if Mr. Yanks can address your quick concern. Thank you. Closing remarks by the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I start my remarks, I'd like to ask you to certify Ms. Terry Skapik as an expert in marine design and permitting, including municipal projects, private projects, and she served as the expert on this application.
So moved.
All right, so, it's a great day today. We're at closing remarks by the applicant, and you're being asked to accept an expert who I presume is going to give evidence, right? We have now moved past the point of the application, we're crossing. But my concern is here that we're a little fast and loose with the rules. I'm not sure what Mr. Unk's intentions here are, but I think we probably should find out.
Well, thank you, Jay. There were no questions at the conclusion of our case in chief. I have 3 expert witnesses here, all of whom have provided evidence that is in the record in the application and evidence that has been reviewed. If you don't want to accept Ms. Wood as an expert, Ms. Skapik as an expert to provide direct evidence, I'm going to at least have her talk during the closing and answer Mr. Flannery's question. So from a practical perspective, I'm just trying to get an answer to Mr. Flannery's question. If you don't want to go through the formality of accepting her as an expert, that's fine, because she's going to answer his question either way. that fair enough?
Is that the board's pleasure?
Fine with me.
We'll certainly hear her speak.
Your resume looks great. I'd just like to go ahead and talk. I appreciate the input.
I think your point is the time for presentation of evidence is closed.
Right.
And this is closing statement.
Yeah, I mean, if this information is in your packet, then certainly it could be summarized either by Mr. Longston in his closing remarks or by the expert herself, who's obviously testified many times here before. But I'm really more concerned here about process, and not necessarily even direct to this application, because we are where we are, and there seems to be general agreement as between applicant and city, but it just creates problems. Right. It creates expectational problems, it creates reliance problems, it creates issues moving forward down the line as to the application and enforcement of this board's rules.
And I agree with that. The rules are extremely important, and we need to follow them as much as possible, even though I'm not always as strict as I should be about controlling the meeting. But
Yeah, and again, we're not in a courtroom. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding. We are not necessarily governed by strict rules of due process, but we do need to observe essential due process, and I'm concerned that the repeated deviation from our published rules may be construed as a bridge too far.
Right.
So my suggestion to you, and again, you have wide latitude to do as you wish, but my suggestion to you is to receive this as closing remarks versus another evidentiary portion of the hearing.
All right.
And that's fine.
With that guidance, if you'll proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian Ungst, 65 Court Street, again on behalf of the applicant. Just to address a couple of points that were raised by Ms. McCallick and also by Mr. Perry. There's always been a dock element of this project. In 2009, the first site plan approved was for a 31-space dock. In 2019 and 2020, the development agreements and site plan had 57 spaces, with more of the spaces being slips, with more of the slips being the public slips, as Mr. Flannery had talked about previously. This application, again, is to reduce that from 57 slips to 50 and to reduce the number of charter slips or rentable slips to the public to 8, which again is consistent with the East Shore project. Ms. Skapik is going to tell you that there has never been more boat traffic in our waters than during COVID. So certainly during COVID was a high water traffic time. It's one of the few things that people were able to actually do relatively safely and not be in large crowds of folks and have a recreational activity. The traffic issue, again, this is all valet. There are only 4 spaces that are not valet. Every car is parked on site. So it's not going to create off-street parking, just like you had with the 455 East Shore application. I'm going to stop talking, and I'm going to ask Ms. Skapik to go ahead and close out for us and maybe address some of the other issues that Mr. Flannery asked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon. My name is Terry Skapik. I am Woods Consulting owner and principal. I have 20 years of experience in marine design and permitting. I also stand as a consultant for the city of Clearwater. And I'm on the team for the Clearwater Beach Marina, and the discussion of seagrass is very timely. Every single project that we ever work on, whether it's a city project or a private development, we have to have seagrass surveys performed. This company here, ECT, they did perform a survey last year, and if I could just show this on the diagram, you can see the seagrass beds were identified. The docks and slips themselves were positioned appropriately to avoid and minimize impacts to those submerged resources. The public boardwalk, which was a huge component of this development, it's a 15-foot wide boardwalk. There is only 2 to 3 feet of overlap of those seagrass beds because the seawall is being heightened at this location with the new development. We have been able to mitigate those impacts to seagrasses by the elevating of the dock. The deck of the boardwalk is going to be flush with the new seawall height, and we are also going to have alternative decking in the locations of where the seagrass footprint is located. So you will probably see with any of your waterfront development projects, your consultants should provide a seagrass survey. If there was a project that came before you where there was 40 feet of seagrass, then correct. The object is to avoid and minimize impacts to those resources. If you can go out and extend your dock past those seagrasses and get a variance obtained, that's ideal.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? We'd be happy to answer.
Questions?
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we will close the public hearing and have discussion and vote by the board.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to say, I share the concern about the community needing to do better on the protection of marine life and manatees in particular. I just saw a manatee just 6 or 7 days ago, 20 feet away, and I've seen the boat traffic through their channels, and our community needs to improve its protection of marine life. That said, with this particular application, the applicant is actually asking for a reduction of the number of slips that have already been approved. So I don't believe that a denial of this application helps our community do that in this particular instance, but I would agree that the city and the community in general need to do a better job of protecting our marine life.
Any other comments? Yes?
Thank you for the clarification on what a seagrass is. That clarifies up my concern. I do not have a seagrass concern.
I'm sensitive to the fact that this project has previously gone through multiple layers of approvals by this board and the city council. The new changes, I don't think materially affect the viability of the project or whether it meets the code, which of course is our job to determine. I'm inclined to support the project.
I'd like to make a motion.
All right?
I move to approve case number FLD, or item number 4, case FLD 2020-05012A, along with the TDR 2020-07002A, TDR 2022-01001, based on the evidence and testimony presented in the application, the staff report, and at today's hearing, and hereby adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law stated in the staff report with conditions of approval as listed.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, this item is approved. We will move on to our final level 2 application for today, case FLD 2022-03011. Location is 1000 El Dorado Avenue. Is there anyone who wishes to request party status for this item? If you'd come forward, please.
Madam Chair, this wasn't on consent agenda, so you may wish to read the item in full, as the public has not heard it yet.
All right. If you'll give me a moment.
Sure.
To amplify the description of this item, it's case FLD 2022-03011 at 1000 El Dorado Avenue. The owner is Nicholas R. Friedman, El Dorado Beach LLC. The applicant is Lauren Rubenstein, Denhart and Rubenstein. The location is .225 acres located on the west side of El Dorado Avenue at the western terminus of Island Drive. The Community Development Board is reviewing a proposed non-opaque 4-foot fence seaward of the coastal construction control line in the low-medium density residential district for the property at that site. The project requests flexibility for construction seaward of the CCCL, and you are interested in requesting party status.
I am. My name's Jacqueline Wells, W-E-L-L-S.
And how's Jack?
Jacqueline. And I'm one of the property owners. My husband and I own 1001 El Dorado, which is right across the street. We have an easement that is actually tied to a property, 1002 El Dorado, but it goes between 1000 and 1002. So any development in either of those locations could impact our easement.
And you did receive notice of today's meeting?
I did.
All right. Can we have a motion to accept this person as a...
So moved.
Okay.
Second?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a vote on that, please.
Pardon me?
Do a
Sorry.
vote on that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Is there anyone else who wants to request party status?
My name is Ellen Bilgore.
I'm sorry.
Ellen Bilgore, Bilgore, and I live at 1002 Eldorado Avenue next door.
All right. And you received notice of today's meeting?
I did.
All right. Is there
I move that we grant Ms. Bilgore party status in this action.
a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. And anyone else who would like to request party status?
Hello, I'm Alfred Andrews, 1034 Eldorado Avenue. Alfred Andrews, and just like party status to be able to state my thoughts on the project.
All right, did you receive notice of today's meeting?
Excuse me?
Did you receive notice of today's meeting?
Yes, I did.
All right. A motion to accept Mr. Andrews as having party status?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to request party status? The board has granted party status to Ms. Bilgore, Mr. Andrews, and I apologize, I've forgotten the last name of the first person. Okay. The board has granted party status to these individuals for this case. The granting of party status entitles you to these additional rights: to personally testify, to present evidence by documentary submittal, present witnesses, conduct cross-examination of any witness, present argument, and appeal the decision to the board, to a hearing officer, and/or to circuit court. All right, at this time we'll have the presentation by the planning development staff.
Madam Chair, at this time, I would ask that the board accept Mr. Mark Perry as a witness in general planning, zoning, redevelopment planning, land development code, and land development code amendments, special area plans and overlay districts, site plan review, and landscape architecture.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Right.
And Madam Chair, I'd also ask that the board accept Mr. David Ojeda as an expert for the city in regards to civil engineering, land development, utilities, construction, and building permits, stormwater, FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency floodplain regulations.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Perry, Planning and Development. This is an application for a site at 1000 Eldorado Avenue to allow for construction seaward of the coastal construction control line. Specifically, it's for a fence to be located beyond that red line that you can see on the map up there. The proposed fence is in yellow. Our code requires that any structure at all to be located seaward of the CCCL go through a level 2 approval, as well as obtaining any other necessary approvals, say from the state DEP or anything like that. And fences are considered structures. There are no specific use criteria for this, and say for a comprehensive infill redevelopment project. For other projects, other uses and other zoning districts, for example, a comprehensive infill redevelopment project, there are a series of specific use criteria that need to be addressed. For cases that are strictly just going seaward of the CCCL, the only criteria that I have to look at are the general applicability criteria. Those 6 criteria generally revolve around: is it consistent with the character of the neighborhood? 3 of the criteria touch on that. Is it dangerous, will have a negative impact on surrounding properties? Does it increase traffic congestion? Essentially, we looked at surrounding properties, both on site and on aerials, and we were able to identify numerous properties in this area which have either historically have had structures constructed seaward of the CCCL, and or have had flexible development approval for any number of items. For example, the property adjacent to the north was approved to have a swimming pool built seaward of the CCCL. There's numerous boardwalks that have been approved, other fences that have been approved. Just as a matter of historic fact, there are several houses, especially going up to the north, that have been built prior to the current code, but have been built seaward of the CCCL. So from a planning standpoint, that's the limit of the criteria that I have to look at. And based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law that we've determined based on the applicant's submittal, there was adequate evidence for staff to recommend approval of the proposed fence to be built seaward of the CCCL. There are 8 conditions of approval. I want to make one correction. Condition number 1 has the word boardwalk, that the final design and location of the boardwalk. That should be fence. That's my fault, fat fingers. So I will change that with the board's approval. I would draw your attention to condition number 7. As I understand it, there is some dispute from at least one adjacent neighbor as to the accuracy of the applicant's survey. And there are some other issues that, quite frankly, aren't planning issues. They're nothing that I can look at. But that condition number 7 is specific to those issues. And I just wanted to draw your attention to it.
Yeah, so essentially for the applicant to be able to get their fencing permit, they will need to be adjudged the victor of this lawsuit and the owner of this area of the property that is currently in dispute between the property owner and Ms. Ellen Bilgore, who I'm sure will give you more information in a few minutes. So nothing would be able to be done unless the property owner for this site is adjudged the winner of the lawsuit. It's a quiet title action among a few other things that's going on right now. So we wanted to address the concern with that so the board could feel comfortable moving forward with whatever decision they decide to make.
Right.
I would add one minor comment. You may ask, why is that not a planning issue, or that I would look at? And the reason for that is that I am not a surveyor. When we receive surveys in from applicants, surveys are signed and sealed. And I'm not qualified, nor does the city, go out and resurvey every property that comes in. So we, just as an architect signs and seals their drawings, or a site engineer, when a surveyor signs and seals their drawing, it's a legal document that we accept.
Right, and for clarification, the dispute that is pending in the quiet title action is that there's apparently competing surveys, and there's a dispute over ownership.
Yeah, a certain area of the property where, of course, the fence is going to be located. So once that's resolved by the court, we should have more clarification on where to go from there.
All right. And Mr. Perry, I have one additional question, and then obviously everybody gets whatever they want. That prior to issuing a permit, one of your conditions is that all required permits from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Bureau of Beaches and Coastal Systems are granted to the satisfaction of city engineering.
Correct.
So to the extent anyone has concerns about issues that are outstanding that would be an impediment to issuing those approvals, that's a condition for issuing building permits for this fence, right?
Correct.
All right. Mr. Flannery?
While you have the pictures up here, could you go back? I just would like to see exactly where the new fence is going to be. I'm just not that clear in my mind yet.
So,
is it going to be the yellow line?
Yes, it's this line right through here. Their property extends further back, but this red dashed line is the coastal construction control line. It runs roughly along the edge of the existing patio and pool, and so it'll go out about another 30-odd feet or so.
Where was there, if you can tell me, if you can, where is their existing lot end, at the yellow line? Or does it go out farther?
No, it goes further out. It goes further out. Their lot, according to the survey, extends quite a lot further west towards the Gulf.
So why was that line, the yellow line, chosen as opposed to being 5 foot off the pool? Or 6, why was that far out as opposed to being up closer?
I imagine that's a design consideration.
Design, not something you did with planning.
Right, and it's, quite frankly, it's kind of consistent with where the neighbor has kind of constructed their pool, so I imagine that the fences would be lined up with each other ultimately. Just guessing.
Are the copies of either of the surveys in our packet?
The survey for the subject site is a part of your packet. It's required to be included. We do not require surveys from all adjacent lots. It's only for the subject site.
And from the city's perspective, assuming there was not ongoing litigation, if there was no debated property ownership, it meets the criteria based upon city code. Is that
Correct. The only criteria applicable are the 6 general applicability criteria. And yes, in staff's opinion, it meets them.
Could you please do me a favor and go back again to show me the properties that you would be comparable to that yellow line of adjacent properties that you...
Well, I simply went by aerials and by city records and simply identified properties within a reasonable distance from the site that either had a flexible development application approved permitting construction seaward of the CCCL and or already had structures that were constructed prior to this code. So they wouldn't have necessarily requested permission to build them. They were done prior to this code. And as I pointed out, the CCCL actually runs through the center of several of the properties, if you're looking towards the north here. And there's a number of different types of structures that are built seaward of the CCCL. As I noted, there are pools, patios, fences, boardwalks. When you head north, even some of the homes themselves are either fully seaward of the CCCL or the line goes through the middle of the house. So from the aspect of is the submittal consistent with the character of the neighborhood, the answer is yes. There's quite a lot of precedent set.
Yeah, I guess I'm concerned, and I know that we're taking land away from the public that could be accessed to property if somebody's walking on the beach. I saw the pictures, they're a pretty deep beach, so I don't know how much I'm nitpicking on this. But nevertheless, every time we encroach and say you get a line farther in, it's less land that the public gets to use. That's all. I'm wondering how much are we giving to the...
That land doesn't belong to the public.
That's
though.
private land.
Yeah, that is not public land.
Yeah.
How far, okay, thank you for clarifying. So where is public land? How far out, is that to the property line?
No, this yellow line is literally going about 25 or 30 feet past the edge of the CCCO.
So that it's not public land on farther from the yellow line. That's not public land. We're just talking about a CCO and a flood control line.
Hi, good afternoon, Lauren Matzke, Assistant Director. Pat, I did not get sworn in at the beginning, so before I speak, I have to.
If you swear for the testimony you're about to give us the entire truth.
I do.
I probably should swear her in as an expert witness too, real quickly.
Sorry, thank you.
Madam Chair, at this time, I'd ask that you accept Ms. Lauren Matzke as a expert witness in general planning, zoning, annexations, land use, rezoning amendments, demographics, site plan analysis, and land development code amendments, comprehensive planning, special area plans, overlay districts, and site plan review.
Move to accept Ms. Matzke as an expert witness.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you very much. Mark was touching on this, but I wanted to clarify something that was stated earlier. Where the yellow line is, where the fence will be done, that was originally the platted lot, and then the rest of the property that extends out to the water. So there's two property lines that merged, so the fence is consistent with the original platted lot of the subject parcel. But to the additional question, as Mark was saying, this particular homeowner owns the sandy beach out to the main high water line. So this is not public in that regard, but the fence is limited to the original platted lot of record.
That helps a lot.
And the fence is only extending out about 30 feet. CCCL.
Any other questions for Mr. Perry? All right. If we can have a presentation by the applicant.
I'd just like to clarify at this time, we're not entirely sure whether or not they own all the way out to the mean high water line. That's been a dispute with several properties in this area, so we can't say that for certain at this time, but the fence is clearly on property that belongs to the applicant.
Hi, good afternoon. Lauren Rubenstein, Denhart and Rubenstein, 2700 First Avenue North. I have been sworn, and I can answer that the property appraiser has looked at it in the chain of title and has confirmed that they do own all the way out to the mean high water line.
The city disagrees.
Not relevant to the consideration, so let's just.
The platted lot that they're looking to fence in, as staff has already gone through and is in the staff report, what they're essentially asking for is putting a 4-foot non-opaque aluminum fence that will border the northern and southern property lines, go out to the end of that first platted lot, and is completely consistent with the character of the neighborhood, including the next door neighbor. The next door neighbor did receive approval for a flex development application, Ms. Bill Gore, less than a year ago from this board, to construct that pool and a corresponding deck and fence seaward of the CCCL. And I believe you saw a picture earlier, I probably can go back to it if you'd like, where you could see kind of where her pool has been constructed, and then a grassy area to the left. Let me see if I can, just so that you can visualize it. This grassy area is where is basically what they're fencing in. So it's consistent exactly with what's next door, consistent with your comprehensive plan, consistent with your code. We do acknowledge that there is an easement that runs on the southern portion right now of 1002 El Dorado. So it's not actually the applicant's property that is affected by this easement, it is Ms. Bill Gore's. And it's an interesting easement in that it's not the typical easement where you'd see it's 5 foot wide or, in this certain location. The actual easement is to provide foot passage, pedestrian access to certain homes in that neighborhood. And it's at a spot that's convenient to the property owner on 1002 El Dorado Avenue. So what is proposed before you today for the fence on my client's property on the northern and southern property lines has absolutely no effect on that easement and on their easement rights. There is a lot of dispute on what the property line is. It's currently being litigated. What I can tell you is that we have a signed and sealed survey that shows that where we're proposing to include the fence is on my client's property. And interestingly enough, the survey that was presented with Ms. Bill Gore's application for a flexible development application was 100% in agreement with the survey that we presented to this. So there is a new survey that Ms. Bill Gore has had done recently in March that is the subject of the litigation to quiet title. I'd submit to you that your job here is really just to evaluate the request before you. You're not giving my client permission to put a fence on somebody else's property line. You wouldn't have the ability to do that. When we get to permitting, if the city does not feel that there is adequate evidence that where the fence is proposed is on my client's property line, I'm 100% sure that the city and the city attorney's office will address that at that time. I know that the next door neighbor has requested previously that this item be tabled, and I'd submit that we really can't do that. So the Florida statutes give about 120 days once the application is deemed complete for a development order to be processed. And there is temporary motions for temporary injunctions that are part of the civil component of that lawsuit that I don't want to bore you with the details of that, but that's the requested relief, right? So the court has the ability to say, you cannot do this, you cannot install that fence, or you must remove that fence, but that's really the court's jurisdiction. What's in front of you all is this development order. And if we were to wait for that judgment from the judge, I'll tell you, even the temporary injunction motions aren't going to be set until at least October, based on my correspondence with the litigating attorney on that. So we're really looking for something to keep this process moving along. You also are not giving authority for them to go out and build the fence tomorrow. As you all have already pointed out, they're going to need the FDEP approval and permitting before they can get the building permit. And then again, the building permit, I'm sure they'll be happy to address the property issues. I would object to the condition that this has to be resolved in the court of law prior to them being able to install the fence. Certainly if the fence that is installed ends up being in an area that is adjudged not to be my client's property, they're at the risk they're going to have to remove it. But there would also be the ability, I'd submit, that if you would approve this application for that flexible development so that this fence could be constructed seaward of the CCCL, certainly it may be that my client would even willingly move that fence back a couple of feet. We are talking about 1 foot, just to be clear. I think it's about 1 foot. So they could certainly install this fence in an area that isn't even in conflict, and I would submit that that would be acceptable and should be approved by the board. So I do have another photo I just want to show you for the, I put it under here. I have to figure out which way. Oh, yes, I was looking at the wrong one, thank you. So I know this is hard to kind of see, but
There you go.
that way you.
Yep.
So these are the stairs that are along Ms. Bilgore's property, adjacent to my client's property. And you can see right there, there's, that's the survey stake, basically, the rod that's gone, where the surveyor has confirmed my client's property lines are. This is the stairway that is used by the individuals accessing the easement right now. So certainly, there's still plenty of room for people to go down the stairs. My client is not proposing to block this off in any way. So I just want to make sure that the board was able to see. I thought that visual would help you as far as what area is in dispute. Again, we're not talking 10 feet or something outrageous. It's a very minor area that is certainly important to both homeowners and needs to be resolved by the court. But again, we'd submit that the application before you, we're looking for your permission to construct a fence seaward of the CCCL along my client's north and southern property lines, going out towards that western side along the current platted lot that's there, not going out further towards the Gulf of Mexico at all. It's consistent with next door. It is also a great safety concern for my clients right now. They have 4 very young children, and with construction next door and obviously the pool that's there, they have a pool fence, but if something were to be left open and it could create some sort of safety hazard, just providing this extra fencing around a grassy area for the kids to play would be peace of mind. I do have with me today the property owner, Ms. Jen Friedman, if you have any questions for her. But I expect after additional testimony here, you may have some additional questions for me. Thank you.
All right. We'll have presentation by persons with party status in no particular order.
Well,
Can you state your name again for the clerk?
sorry, my name's Ellen Bilgore, Bilgore, and I live at 1002 El Dorado Avenue.
Madam Chair, don't we have Ms. Wells as the first party status?
And I didn't think there was any particular order.
Yes, there's not, I just want to make sure everyone
Yes,
gets it.
right.
She agreed.
All right.
Well, there's a lot at issue here, but the fence that Mr. Friedman and Mrs. Friedman propose would block access to a path to the wall. First of all, it goes up the middle of my steps. Second of all, it blocks access to a path to the water, a sandy path that I and my neighbors have used to access the beach for more than 25 years. I've lived in my house for 25 years. One of the reasons that the survey, I never actually looked at the old survey because I had had 5 previous neighbors who didn't care. So they agreed to the pool being built where it was built when this other survey was surveyed, and it never occurred to me to question it until Mr. Friedman decided to build a fence and put a red piece of string up the middle of my steps and indicated that that was where he was going to build it. So I had the property resurveyed. I have a copy of the new survey here. And apparently the old survey wasn't according to the plat, the original plat of Carlisle. But the path, the fence that Mr. Friedman proposes would effectively block the path that we've all used to access the water for 25 years, as I said. That path is a prescriptive easement by virtue of our continual and decades-long use. And nobody has the right to block that. In addition, if Mr. Friedman bisected my fence, my steps, that would irreparably damage my property, which actually would be too bad. But in order to preserve our right of access, and because Mr. Friedman claims he owns property which I believe is mine according to Carlisle's original plat, I did file a lawsuit to quiet the title, and the outcome of that has yet to be determined. And so if Mr. Friedman were granted the ability to build a fence, he would be building it on property that may or may not be his. The assistant city attorney wrote an opinion immediately before this hearing that I have here that says what Mr.
The condition of approval?
Yes, that it was a condition of approval that the case had to be determined before a fence could be built, should be built. And also, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection wrote a rather long letter to Mr. Friedman saying that in order for them to approve a permit for his fence, they would have to correct a number of infractions that they've caused to be built on their property since they've owned it since last August. And I think they've cut down 5 or 6 sable palms. They've put an irrigation system that wasn't permitted in under that grass. They've extended the grass onto the pathway that my neighbors use to access the beach, and they've carved a new path through the dunes, which the DEP says they're not going to, that they must correct. They have to replenish the seagrass and stuff that's out there before they'll give them a permit. And so I was hoping that you all would not approve their fence. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you be okay, though, with the condition of approval that they can't start construction on the fence until your litigation is resolved and the boundary lines?
They can't even get their permits.
So they can't get permits until...
They can't get permits until...
So they can't, you would be...
But I don't...
If we approved it with that condition, though, would that...
I hope you're not going to approve it at all. Because what it does is, do you see that path that goes through the dunes to the beach, the white strip of sand in the picture? Do you see that?
That's the only one that shores, by the way.
That would effectively be blocked off by the fence, and that actually is the point of this fence. Mr. Friedman does not approve of the fact that strangers walk next to his property onto the beach. And he thinks he owns the beach, so he doesn't want anybody walking on his beach. But that's the path that we've used for 25 years to access the beach, and I think Mrs. Wells is...
I didn't think of myself as a stranger. I'm a neighbor.
I didn't say stranger.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Anyway, so if he builds a fence there at the edge of his grass, that path is blocked off. And if that path is blocked off, and you're not allowed to carve a new one in the dunes, and in fact the one that he did carve in the dunes has to be restored, then there won't be access to the water for any of us. And that would be terrible, because it's our beach.
Thank you.
Yes?
Question? Mr. Black?
Wait, did you have some?
Yes. If the fence was moved over so that there was no conflict, you have no problem with the fence?
No, it depends how far over. I mean, if the
say-
path is still accessible, I wouldn't have a complaint in the world.
So if the path was accessible, that's not the fence you're complaining, it's that it's blocking your access to the easement. It's an easement issue, not a fence issue.
It's both, because at the moment, the fence goes up my steps.
If the fence was, say, over 10 feet,
If it was over 10 feet in the other direction, I'd have no objection.
and if it was farther beyond the green grass, you wouldn't really care.
I would care, because that isn't our property lines.
I mean, beyond towards the water.
Yes.
It's not a depth question or size, it's just that it's blocking your access. That's your concern, is it blocks your access.
I have many concerns about it. It blocks my access. It takes my property away, my steps to the beach at this point. I mean, I think it wouldn't be very nice to have it, but, you know, I certainly don't want it blocking their access. Those other people and mine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Wells or Mr. Andrews?
I did want to correct one thing. I think I said 1034 El Dorado was my address. That is a property I own. I also own 1030 El Dorado, which is 5 and 6 properties down to the north of these properties. I did want to say, to back up what Mrs. Bilgore said, I share a very similar property. If you see all those sand dunes, which are very environmentally sensitive. Folks, I hope you remember that real clear with it. I have been there since 1971, since I was 13 years old. I still own the properties there. One of them was my parents, and one of them I bought from the Leonards next door. There are no structures other than maybe one walkway. To the north, there is nothing to the south of my property. I share a trail too with 2 or 3 of the properties that would be blocked off if someone were to put a fence up, and then you'd have to make a new trail out through environmentally sensitive areas. I've got some pictures, I don't know, just on my phone. Sunday afternoon, I was sitting there and a bald eagle flew over me. A gopher tortoise was eating little cactus plants right next to me. I have watched the sand dunes, the beach, and that little tiny environmental area shift and change over the years. And I would tell you, if you put a straight line fence going out towards the Gulf of Mexico, you're going to affect the environment. I don't know what the wind is going to do to the sand dunes. I don't know which gopher tortoises won't be able to dig holes. We have red-tailed hawks out there in that little tiny area that if we start putting walkways, if we start putting fences, we are going to damage that. We are going to destroy that little part of North Beach that we have. I think one of the things that we need to be very aware of is when our tourists come and walk all the way up towards Honeymoon Island, up along that beach, if you start destroying that by putting fences and Ellen's a good friend of mine, and I've known her for many, many years, but I would, if I had known about it, I would have been upset that you gave her the permit to build that damn pool there too on an environmentally sensitive coastal properties. Is all I'm saying is I sat and looked, when you stand out in front of my house or my two properties, you don't see fences, you don't see anything except a small amount of really neat piece of property that the city of Clearwater has preserved, has not allowed to be destroyed. And I assure you, I'd love to build a nice little walkway all the way out to the Gulf of Mexico for my kids and my grandkids could all go walk out there and not have to walk through the sand and get sand on their feet or see the neighbor's yard. But that's not what this is all about. You know, if you wipe out those gopher tortoises and the birds and the beautiful area that you've got for our tourists to come see and walk up and down that beach, I think it would be a shame. And I assure you, if you give these folks a permit to put a fence out there, Ellen's probably going to want one, and then Terry Balea right next to me, the Hulk Hogan, is going to want one for his privacy. There is a walkway right next to his house also. You know what? And people can see our properties. We just live with it. But we have such a beautiful, beautiful spot right in front of us that I hope to God y'all don't let anybody build anything on that property. And yes, there's one house that this gentleman said being built up to the north of us, right across the street from the Carlisle Yacht Club. I don't know what they're going to build out onto the beach. I hope nothing. There is that one walkway that was given for access for disabled people to the Carlisle Yacht Club many years ago, and they do use that. It is a raised platform. Animals, wind, everything is not obstructed by that. It was built very well and very properly, and I hope we don't do anything more. So that's my thought on that property. It's a beautiful spot, and I hope we don't put anything on it and let nature take its course. I think it's very important to us, to the city, to the people that live there, and to the environment. Anything else?
Thank you. Ms. Wells?
Jacqueline Wells. I'm the owner of 1001 El Dorado and have owned that property with my husband for 6 years. One of the reasons that we bought that property is because it had a deeded access to walk to the beach. I mean, we're on the opposite side of the street from the beach. And so, I mean, we're not right on the beach, but we have this amazing access, which you can see on that photo, and a meandering path that, I mean, I've used it for 6 years. Ellen has used it for 20-some years, so, I mean, it's been there. And the gentleman that spoke before me, I mean, there are other paths on the beach that different houses share that have been there. I mean, that was one of the great things and a big selling point for us to purchase this house. It does go between Ms. Bilbo's property and the Friedmans. The fence, as shown on the plan, does bisect the stairs, which would potentially impede our access. I'm confused about how there can be overlapping surveys, for one. I mean, from my standpoint, you know, Ellen has gotten her pool. I'm sure the Friedmans will get some sort of fence at some point eventually, and then our access is gone. Because, I mean, our easement is a recorded deed that was made, you know, back in the early 70s. And it's for a 5-foot path, a deeded pathway to the beach. And if both Mr. and Mrs. Friedman and Ms. Bilgore get a fence, then all of a sudden, I mean, where's the easement? And I mean, this is why it's in litigation now, because there are the overlapping surveys. And I just don't think there should be any decisions made on anything until that's determined. And I mean, I know from the Friedman standpoint, I understand, they have little children, they want to have a fence. They could have the fence further in, and that would not impede, you know, cut into the stairs or impede, you know, our access to the beach. Our easement does run with Ms. Bilgore's property, and so, I mean, legally it is her obligation to maintain that for us. But, I mean, it's been in existence for, I mean, at least 25 years, you know, since Ms. Bilgore's had her property, and we've used it consistently for 6. I know it'd be great if everyone could have their own path to the beach. Everyone wants that. But the gentleman that spoke before me, I agree with everything he said. I mean, that's one of the reasons we wanted to be on Clearwater Beach. I'm from Sarasota, and we had property in Naples. It's completely different there. I mean, there's not much of this left in Florida. And, you know, seeing bald eagles, I see the bald eagle too, the gopher tortoises, that's great. I mean, and it's wonderful that it's all open and that we can see all of it. But I mean, I also know things change. But the issue here is the fence and the property dispute. And I don't see how there can be any sort of approval until that dispute is resolved.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, at this time we'd have cross-examination by the planning and development staff of any witness. Mr. Perry indicates he has no cross-examination. Cross-examination by the applicant of any of the witnesses?
I just have closing remarks, which is appropriate.
All right. Cross-examination of any of the witnesses who've spoken by people with party status.
City has no cross.
Okay.
Oh, sorry,
No, that's
party
fine.
status.
All right. Are there members of the public who have not requested party status but would like to comment or ask questions or anything of the sort? Mr. Johnson?
Bill Johnson, 2694 Redford Court West in Clearwater. I had not intended to speak to this item. I'm just sitting here listening to it, and I'm thinking, I don't understand. The section that's referenced in the notice is 3-905 coastal construction line. It says this section establishes within the city the coastal construction control line as a line of reference from which setbacks shall be measured along the Gulf of Mexico for buildings and structures pursuant to a Florida statute reference. So why are you thinking of allowing permission for something west of the coastal construction line? Doesn't make any sense to me. I don't see why anything is constructed in that area. And if it is going to be permitted, it needs to be permitted by the state, not the city of Clearwater, so I don't understand why it's even on your agenda. That's my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? All right, if we'll have closing remarks by the planning and development staff.
Well, to directly address Mr. Johnson's question as to how can you even consider it? Well, you can consider it because the code says in section 3-905 C3 that any request to modify the section of locating something seaward of the CCCL can be considered as part of a level 2 approval. So the code says, yes, you absolutely can consider it, which is what we're doing. Other than that, I don't have anything else to add, unless there's any questions, but perhaps we'll pass that. Again, I would reiterate, from a planning standpoint, we don't get into dueling surveys, and it happens quite often. If they're signed and sealed, we accept them. If there's an issue between property owners, that's up to them really to sort that out. That's about it.
All right. Any closing remarks by Ms. Wells, Ms. Bilgore, or Mr. Andrews? You have to come to the podium so that your voice can be heard. Thank you.
It seems as though that anyone can get a survey for anything. And I guess I'm just confused, and I know that, you know, the planning board isn't a legal board and that makes, you know, legal rulings. But if someone can get a survey that pretty much says and supports what they want to do, then, I mean, what is the point to even have a survey for anything?
Well, it's signed and sealed by a professional. I mean, their integrity and their license, I would think, would be on the line with that.
Well, then how can there be overlapping surveys?
Because people make mistakes.
And then who is, so just, because I just want to understand the process, because Ms. Bilgore got a pool with
I mean,
a
I can't
survey.
go into all the surveying processes with you, but I can just tell you that that's generally just an overlay of that. The courts will take a look at it and they'll figure it out.
So the city has no, so for example, when Ms. Bilgore got her pool and she had a survey, and the city approved the pool based on that survey, like, does the city, when they give an approval for something, is a survey required?
Mark's coming up, he'll answer that, but the answer should be yes.
Okay. And then what happens if someone wants something next door, for example, and has a different survey? I mean,
You
what
have a
does the
genuine
city?
legal dispute.
All right.
Then what does the city, I guess I'm just trying to understand how the
And
city
I
gets.
think we're kind of further along in this process. This is technically closing arguments, and I don't mean to cut you
That's
off,
okay.
but
I don't really understand, so I'm just trying to understand how it could even get to this point.
Right. Well, I think what's been established by the testimony is that there are two competing surveys that are being litigated in State Circuit Court.
Yes.
And that's where the solution must come.
I was in private practice before this, and I saw this happen several times. It happens more frequently than you'd think.
Okay.
More frequently than we would like.
Yeah,
All right.
but, and so the city engineer is not under any obligation to, like, come out and say, okay, this is the right one.
They don't
Yeah.
have the authority.
Okay,
All right.
I guess that was my big question.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. All right, closing remarks by the applicant? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Mr. Andrews wishes to speak.
Hi there, guys. It just becomes clear to me that regardless of surveys or anything else that there's a whole lot in play here, a whole lot of different things going on. This whole proposal just needs to be denied. No question about it. It needs to be denied and moved on. So thank you.
All right. Now we'll have closing remarks by the applicant.
Thank you again, Lauren Rubenstein for the record, on behalf of the applicant, Eldorado Beach LLC. Just a few points of clarification from some testimony that you heard. A lot of talk about the sandy path being blocked. I've confirmed, and all the plans that I've looked at and talked to the owner, it will not block access to that sandy path. Their fence that they're proposing, they would have room to walk between Miss Bilgore's pool and her fence. She does have a fence permit. There will be a fence there, but it's not going all the way to her property line. She's reserving space for the easement, as she's required to do. And they'll be able to walk down that and access that sandy path that has been there forever. So it's certainly not going to block anyone's access to the beach. My client understands they wouldn't be allowed to do that. You know, there is a permitted access through that easement, and he can't interfere with that. But that easement is on Miss Bilgore's property, not on my client's property. My client has the right to utilize and enjoy their property just like every other property owner up and down that beach. You know, you've heard a lot of testimony about a civil litigation suit that's going on. That is the place for the courts to decide that. And your job here as this board is to review it, to see if it's appropriate, if it meets your qualifications under your code for the flexible development application. And I'd submit that all the expert testimony you've heard from planning staff is that it does meet the qualifications. There's not that many, but it meets the comprehensive intent and goals and policies of your comprehensive plan. It meets the code requirements. It's consistent with surrounding development. They're not proposing to put the fence out onto the dunes. They will have to comply with all of FDEP requirements. You know, there's some allegations that have flown tonight that I don't believe necessarily are substantiated by anything, but all of the concerns on the environmental side will have to be addressed and approved by FDEP before they can build a permitted fence there. They I would submit that if you are inclined to keep the condition that's been proposed by the city attorney's office, I think that at the very least should be modified to say that prior to the issuance of any building permits for a fence located in the disputed area, because I see absolutely no legal authority if you grant the permission to then construct a fence seaward of the CCCL, if it's clearly located within their property boundaries, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. So that would be my recommendation if you are inclined to keep that condition. I personally don't see a reason for it. I think that's why the courts are involved, and they should be the ones to determine whether or not a fence can be placed there, removed. We're simply looking for your direction and approval for a fence seaward of the CCCL on my client's property. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll be closing the public hearing and having discussion by the board.
Leave the picture up.
I didn't get rid of it.
Thanks. On vacation.
Did he take the,
It's just flashing.
I just think of my comments.
There we go. He'll have to log in, or I don't know. Oh,
okay, let's go. There.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Flanagan, would you like to go first?
If I might,
All right, may I show you the letter from the DEP?
I don't know if we,
We've closed the evidence for this hearing.
Jay wants to say.
I'm really, Ms. Johnson spoke my mind, which I don't understand I do understand, but I don't think we're addressing the question here. Question is a legal one of, does the city want people building and doing things beyond the coastal construction line? That's a thing about our ratings for insurance, things like that. We don't want people building out that'll get washed away. It's a flood control question. It's a sea level rise question. It's all those things. And what concerns us here is the question, and that's what I kept trying to get, they own the land, okay, they own the land all the way out to the water, but they can't build beyond the CC line. Now, this thing on the side has nothing to do with it. That's not our question, is how far north and south this thing is. It's can they get closer to the water where we're endangering our own credit rate, our flood insurance rating by putting stuff out too close to the water. It can be then flooded away and the feds have to fix it and pay insurance. So that's our question, is just how far out do we allow them to go in the CC line? We can say we don't want you to go out at all beyond the CCL line. That's it. But that's not on the side question. That doesn't even change their access at all. They can still go right to where that line was and put that stake right there and not change the access down that ladder. That doesn't do it. To me, the question is simply, I'm looking at, and that's why I wanted the picture of the pool. Why did we allow the pool to go out into the CCL line too? Now, if we tell this applicant that they can't build into the CCL line, then we have to say, then why did we let the people with the pool next to you? We should have stopped it right there. If we didn't like it, that's when we should have done it. And if we do them, somebody else next door is going to say, I want to do that too, which only makes sense. But that has nothing to go along with this way they surveyed the land between this. That's a legal question. And we're in the middle of a fight over 2 feet between properties that are worth quite a bit, and it seems like they, to me, I'd just say, hey, I'll let you have it, but that's not my land, that's for me. But that's not what we're here for. We're saying CCLE, now, I think our vote is simply, do we let them build as far out as that green grass is? That's our question, or not, A or B. And that's where the decision we have to make has nothing to do with this side property.
Madam Chair, could I share some sidebar conversations that I had with the attorney for the applicant just a moment ago regarding the conditions of approval? So, Ms. Rubenstein, would you mind coming up to the podium just so we can make sure we both have an understanding of what we're thinking here? So, you would be amenable to moving the fence 3 feet inward into an area of the property that's undisputed in order to make sure that the fence can go ahead and get approved now. Is that correct?
Well, my suggestion was just that condition be modified so that a permit for a fence in the disputed area would require, like your office has asked for, the adjudication of the courts. But if the proposed fence, when we go to get a building permit, if my client chose to move it in 3 feet just in order to avoid the conflict but address the safety concern with the children, I think they should be able to build that in the meantime while they wait for the court to, adjudicate the case.
And then they would need to come back for...
Well, they would have to come back for a building permit just like anyone else if they want a new fence.
They want to move.
Certainly. But I agree that the item before the board is simply whether or not we're allowed to build seaward of the CCCL in the area we proposed, not to decide a property dispute.
So the city would be comfortable with that?
So if I'm understanding correctly, that would be a permit that they could get now out of that area, but the condition would still be approved if they were deemed.
If they want to build in that area, they would have to be adjudged.
New permit. Yeah, if they get it adjudged, then it comes to their credit, they'd have to come in for a new permit.
Correct.
We're approving it right now if they wanted to, as far as we're concerned.
Ms. Clayton was going to share some thoughts.
I just would like a clarification, Gina Clayton, Planning and Development. What is the distance in? Because you're asking our staff a lot to stay out of harm's way with this. So if you were inclined to allow that, I'd like a specific dimension, please, so that our staff could be clear about what we're approving.
Do we have those dimensions? Are we able to look at what's been provided in the lawsuit and what's been provided to staff and be able to determine what area is undisputed?
I imagine that in the pleadings and the lawsuit, there's certainly the, explanation of how much is in dispute. So I'm sure that area has been defined. I don't have that with me today, but that's why I think if we just say if it's in the, disputed area.
Well, at this point, since we would probably need some time to take a look at that to be able to verify that we can do that, just to be safe, the city would ask that we continue it to the next meeting.
Or could we, or could we just say that the fence, we would approve the fence in any area that is not under dispute?
That's what we're requesting, and we would
Right,
certainly
but-
provide that information.
And how
to
would
your
that be
office
worded?
ahead of time.
So, I mean, that gets you, get them moving on here from the one on the CCC line, and then we can vote on that. Maybe we don't want to go that far. That's a different question.
I think my client just wants to make sure that we're able to verify specifically what area is undisputed, so we can make sure we're permitting something in the correct area, and that's why we wanted some additional time. Just one additional, we would bring this back at the next meeting. And in the meantime, you and I could coordinate and make sure we have all that correct. And then it would be an easier process at the next meeting for everyone.
Would you agree to that?
Council, can we do that?
Am I what?
Can we do that?
We'll table it, right?
What say at the applicant?
It's up to them.
You kind of, the applicant sort of led today with, let's make a decision today, or,
Unless we can get something definitive today, like right now.
Well, I don't understand why, if there's that condition that it can't be in a disputed area, when we come into building permit, which is probably gonna be months down the road because of FDEP approvals, we can't submit the information to your office for you to confirm whether or not it's in a disputed area.
I think we'd just like to be able to verify ahead of time, and it would only cost your client a month's time.
If I may.
Sure. I haven't taken a purchase of lawsuit. Ms. Rubenstein, do we know exactly how much area is in dispute here? Is it 1 foot?
Ms. Billmore has
Okay.
a survey. She has a survey.
the complaint doesn't say, just for the board's edification, I had it in front of me. The complaint doesn't say that there's a, it talks about a discrepancy between disputed surveys, but it doesn't define that discrepancy, or it's,
And we're already seeing some dispute here among the members of the lawsuit.
Too many people talking.
Yeah, we can't have
Okay.
everybody talking at once. And Ms. Bilgore's comments are not on the record.
So you're saying nothing picked up, but there are 2 sets of property stakes out in my property.
Ma'am, nothing you say is being heard.
Our conversation was just to ask how many feet are in dispute. It sounds like it's a maximum of possibly 2, between 1 or 2.
So it's your decision.
Is
The
it
city would
possible to
still
handle this at the building permit stage as opposed to at this point? If
I want to know if you're comfortable, because I'm not going to be the one making the call of what the disputed area is. Can you just please give us one moment?
Sure.
5 feet off the property line. 5 feet. What's
Put it on the staff to determine if the dispute.
Could we ask for a recess, please, for a few moments, just to have some additional conversation?
Madam Chair, your rules provide for a recess at or before the 4-hour mark anyways. Looks like we're going to make it, so it might be an appropriate time for a recess anyway.
All right.
I gotta move my car, I
Mr.
might be in
Mike,
the parking zone.
what are you talking about? How much time? 15 minutes?
10 minutes should be.
All right, 10, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Mr. Flannery.
I know.
Okay.
Hmm? There he is. Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. All right. Just waiting on you. All right, we're reconvened. Mr. Maitek, if I could have you lead off and tell me, has there been
Yes.
some decision made?
So I've spoken with Ms. Rubenstein, and what we agreed to do is we'd like to continue to next month's meeting. In the meantime, that will give us time to meet with Ms. Bilgore's attorney, Ms. Rubenstein, and I can get together with whatever planning and building staff may be required to figure out which area is absolutely not disputed. And then we should be able to come back and ask for a fence that is in an area that we all agree that can be built on.
Mr. Daniel, my understanding is if we continue it to the next meeting, they don't have to go back through the notice process?
Yeah, if you need to continue it to a date certain, and I don't know offhand what the date of the next meeting is. But
I believe it's July 19th.
I would suggest that that be made in a motion by one of the board members, move to the date certain, and that at that meeting, we would incorporate all of the testimony and evidence received today and continue hearing where it left off at this juncture.
All right. Any objection by the board members? All right. If I could have a motion to continue this matter.
Is it July 19th date? Just
Yep.
That right, Pat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I can have a motion to continue this to the July 19th
Read
meeting.
that, or can I just make a motion?
Make a motion.
Yeah, make a motion to continue the matters to the next meeting, July 19th.
With Mr. Daniel's comment about incorporating all of the record and testimony up to this point.
Yeah, so you don't need to receive all the testimony and evidence. Again, you'll pick the hearing back up at where it left off today.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. We will look forward to hearing from you folks next month. All right, that concludes our Level 2 applications for today's meeting. Our final items are two related Level 3 applications. All Level 3 cases, such as a plan amendment, rezoning, or a development agreement, are considered legislative hearings. The Community Development Board reviews the application, the staff report, correspondence, and all evidence presented today, and makes a recommendation to the City Council. For Level 3 applications, the City Council makes the final decision. The procedure for all Level 3 cases is as follows: presentation by the planning staff, 10 minutes maximum; presentation by the applicant, 10 minutes maximum; comments by the public, 3 minutes per person; closing remarks by planning and development staff; closing remarks by the applicant; and closing of the public hearing, discussion, and vote by the board. Our next Level 3 item is LUP 2022-04004-1885, County Road 193. Owners St. Mary and St. Mina Coptic Orthodox Church. The applicant's representative is Todd Presman. The board is reviewing a request to amend the future land use map designation from residential low to institutional, and is making a recommendation to City Council. If we could have a presentation by the Planning Development staff.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask that the board accept Mr. Kyle Brotherton as an expert in general planning, zoning, annexations, land use and rezoning amendments, comprehensive planning, demographics, land development code, and land development code amendments.
Move that we accept this gentleman as an expert witness.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I would also ask that the board accept Mr. Omar Atala as an expert in traffic engineering and transportation.
Move that we accept this gentleman also as an expert witness.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
And
Accepted.
finally, I would ask that the board accept Mr. David Ojeda as an expert in civil engineering, land development, utilities, construction and building permits, stormwater, and FEMA Federal Emergency Management Agency floodplain regulations.
Move that we accept Mr. Ojeda again as an expert witness.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Burlington, Planning and Development. All right, so this case involves a 2.618 acre property of land located on the east side of CR 193, approximately 500 feet south of Sunset Point Road. Currently, a detached dwelling which was constructed in 1973 occupies the site, and the property was annexed into the city in 2006. The current owner, St. Mary and St. Mina Coptic Orthodox Church, which is located on the parcel to the south, 2930 CR 193, which you can see here, purchased the property in 2015. The request today is to change the future land use map designation of the subject property from residential low to institutional, and request to rezone the property from the low medium density residential district to the institutional district is being processed concurrently with this case, and that's case REZ 2022-04004. A little bit of history on the area. The church's campus, located at 2930 CR 193, is comprised of 3 buildings with just under 30,000 square feet of total development on 4.469 acres. In late 2017, the church property approached the city requesting annexation in order to receive city's sanitary sewer service. However, after 6 months of inactivity on those applications, staff withdrew that petition. In 2014, the city's public utilities department was expanding sewer service in certain areas of the city, one of these areas being on CR 193. In late 2014, the church again requested annexation in order to connect to the city's sewer system during the expansion work. Applications to amend the future land use and zoning designations to institutional were also submitted at that time, and all 3 cases were heard concurrently. It needs to be noted that the Community Development Code only permits places of worship in the institutional zoning district, which necessitated a need for those future land use map and zoning atlas amendments so that the existing church would remain conforming once annexed into the city. The future land use and zoning atlas amendments were heard before the Community Development Board in early 2015, and at that meeting, concerns were raised by the neighbors about the increased number of uses permitted in the city's institutional district, greater development potential and intensity, traffic, and noise from the church property. After deliberation, the Community Development Board recommended approval to City Council, who ultimately approved the annexation of future land use and zoning atlas amendments. Again, those amendments, future land use and zoning, were approved because the church needs to remain a conforming use, and institutional uses or places of worship are only permitted in the institutional district. In early 2018, the applicant contacted staff because the church was looking to create a master plan, which included the subject property, 1885 CR 193, which is the parcel to the north of their main church campus. In late 2018, the applicant submitted applications to amend the future land use map and zoning atlas designations to institutional. Cases LUP 2018-11008 and REZ 2018-12005. Staff recommended denial of these cases. These requests in 2018 did not include a site plan, as they are not required. However, at the Community Development Board meeting in early 2019, the applicants introduced a conceptual site plan that showed a new multi-function building on the subject property. As such, staff nor the board were able to adequately review that conceptual site plan prior to the meeting. And again, at that meeting, neighbors again raised concerns about traffic, greater number of uses, increased development potential, and noise from the existing church property. Through discussion at that meeting, staff stated to the applicant and to the board that non-residential off-street parking was a permitted use in the existing low-medium density residential zoning district, and that pursuing that option as part of their master plan conceptions would not require the need for a future land use map amendment or zoning atlas amendment. The applicants at that time stated that they would be willing to continue to a date uncertain to allow for more discussions with staff, and the board voted unanimously to do so. After 6 months of inactivity, staff withdrew the applications in September of 2019. In late 2021, the applicant scheduled 2 pre-application meetings with staff to gather feedback on 2 conceptual site plans for the subject property and the main church campus. The 2 conceptual plans were similar to the one presented at that 2019 CDB meeting, and staff recommended and encouraged the applicant to look for solutions where new structures were limited to the existing church parcel, currently designated as institutional, which again, there's to the south of 2930, CR 193. Staff also noted that expansion of the institutional future land use and zoning was inconsistent with many of the review criteria in the code.
At this time, the applicant has not submitted a site plan, but has indicated on the application that the proposed use of the subject property is a place of worship, and responses to the review criteria indicate an expansion of the existing place of worship onto the subject property. The existing institutional future land use on the main church campus has a maximum development potential of up to 126,534 square feet. The existing development on the main campus is approximately 29,247 square feet, which leaves a potential of up to 97,287 square feet of unrealized development potential across that site. The main church campus could support expansion of the church without the need to expand the institutional future land use category to the north. So the review criteria, the introduction of the city's comprehensive future land use plan element states that the goals, objectives, and policies provided for sustainable redevelopment and infill development, as well as neighborhood preservation, and are, quote, designed to preserve and enhance community character and quality of life while ensuring continued economic vitality of the community. The current mix of future land use categories is generally sufficient in this area to support the character of the neighborhood, which is more rural than most areas of the rest of the city. Although institutional uses can be compatible with, in, and near residential areas, the scale and operational characteristics of that use are important factors. The request as submitted does not demonstrate how the expansion of the institutional future land use by an additional 2.618 acres as proposed would not adversely affect the community character and quality of life of the overall neighborhood. While there are properties designated institutional in the vicinity, the largest is Sylvan Abbey Funeral Home and Church, which has direct access to Sunset Point Road, which is a minor arterial road. CR 193 is a two-lane, undivided local road that lacks sidewalks and presents several challenges. Most notably, that is a short, dead-end road with no obvious solutions or opportunities to build a connection through to a second outlet. The Paul B. Stevens School to the south and the church likely use a large portion of the roadway's maximum capacity, and additional development would further strain the roadway. Staff is concerned with the expansion of the institutional future land use would allow development that is out of character or would have negative impacts in the area. As stated and further detailed in the staff report, the request is inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Clearwater Comprehensive Plan and does not further the request as stated in the staff report. The future land use map amendment would require an amendment to the countywide plan map from residential low medium to public semi-public. Although the proposed amendment is consistent with the purpose of the proposed category in the countywide rules, this expansion of the designation onto the subject property is inconsistent with the character and scale relative to the surrounding uses, transportation facilities, and natural resources. The proposed institutional future land use category, which primarily allows for public-private schools, churches, public offices, or residential equivalent uses, is consistent with the church property to the south. However, the expansion of the institutional future land use onto additional 2.618 acres of land creates uncertainty regarding compatibility with properties designated residential low and residential suburban, which exists to the north and the east. The main church campus appears to be very active throughout the week with a number of services and activities that they provide. According to their website, the earliest service starts at 4:45 a.m. and the latest service concludes at 9:45 p.m. Further expansion would likely lead to an increase in the number of services, more scheduled times of services, or an increase in the number of members attending these services, all of which would likely lead to future negative impacts on the surrounding residential neighborhood. The proposed expansion of the institutional future land use category would negatively impact the low-density residential character of the area, and the addition of institutional property is incompatible with the surrounding uses and is inconsistent with the character of the surrounding properties and neighborhood. The proposed expansion would increase the demand on potable water, wastewater, and solid waste when compared to the existing use of detached dwelling. However, it's determined that those increases would not result in the degradation of the existing levels of service for those facilities as well as parkland and stormwater management. The current number of trips per day per acre, 175 trips, is calculated based on the traffic generation numbers under the countywide rules, residential low medium category, which is 67 trips per day per acre. The proposed number of trips under the proposed public semi-public category would be 272 trips, based on 104 trips per day per acre. That is a difference of 97 trips. As stated earlier, CR 193 is a two-lane undivided dead-end road that lacks sidewalks. There are no obvious solutions or opportunities to build a connection through to Sunset Point Road or another outlet to another street. These right-of-way constraints, along with Paul B. Stevens School and the existing church using a large portion of CR 193's maximum capacity, would likely be further exacerbated by additional institutional development. As such, degradation to the level of service for streets would likely occur with this proposed amendment. It's determined that the proposed amendment would not negatively impact natural resources on the subject property, as there appear to be none. And in closing, staff recommends denial of the proposed future land use amendment from residential low to institutional, as the proposal is inconsistent with Development Code sections 4-603 F1, F2, F3, F4, and F6 as detailed in the staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So Kyle, just to recap for a quick minute. So the institutional categories were given to the church property to the south to accommodate a non-conforming use issue?
Correct. When the church annexed into the city in 2014, as I stated, places of worship are only permitted in the institutional future land use and zoning districts. And as such, to make that church a conforming use when annexed into the city, we had to go through that amendment process.
And so applying this institutional category to the northern parcel would increase the number of uses on the property.
Yes, it would.
The number of dwelling units per acre permitted would go up to 12.5, and the FAR would also increase.
Yes, both correct.
And it doesn't comply with the goals, objectives, and policies of our comprehensive plan?
It does not.
Okay. And if it's our understanding that there may be some type of development proposed by the church on the northern parcel, possibly an expansion of the church, but if that isn't completed, then there would be a number of other options of things that could now be permitted on those.
Correct. Yeah, the institutional zoning district allows a large number of uses that are not permitted in the current medium density residential.
So is it safe to say your professional opinion then is that the existing land use category and by nature zoning categories are more compatible with our plan and with the surrounding uses in the neighborhood in general?
Yes, that would be my professional opinion.
And just one more thing I'd like to clarify to the board real quickly on page 6 of our staff report. There are a number of goals, objectives, and policies that are stated there. And it says at the top which support the proposed amendment. That was supposed to be saying something along the effect of does not support the amendment. So those are the goals, objectives, and policies that this change in use would actually not support. So we just wanted to make sure we clarified that for the record.
Any questions from Mr. All right, thank you. Presentation by the applicant.
Good morning, Madam Chair, or good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. I am glad and honored to be representing the St. Mary and St. Mina Coptic Orthodox Church. I'm here this evening, or this afternoon, with Father Mena Galli, Father Jeremiah Bishop, Mr. Amir Malik, who's a board member, Mr. John Gabriel, who's a board member, and Saeed Gurgis, who's also a board member, are present here today. Mr. Botherton's done a good job of orienting you to the site. This is where we're located in the city, and located a little bit closer, as you can see, on Sunset Point Road. This is the Coptic Orthodox Diocese of the South United States. St. Mary, St. Mina Coptic Orthodox Church is before you today. As laid out to you, the existing church is shown. The subject parcel before you today is immediately to the north. To the north of that is an ALF. Sylvan Abbey is on one side, the private schools to the other, and residential to the east. So today's issue is to expand the church currently owned to the northern parcel. We're looking at the future land use at the moment. As you can see, institutional is the predominant category, future land use category, as you can see in the immediate area with LMDR. The zoning, of course, follows on the institutional basis. The church is a beautiful structure. It's a landmark in the area. These are some beautiful views of the church that currently exist. We have nice land features and fountain features. Beautiful views. This is the interior of the church, just to orient you to it. So again, this existing church was annexed in 2014. Church's subjects parcel is to the north. So this came before this board, and the city commission was approved for annexation for the existing parcel. In 2014, and this is very important, members, if you look at the diagram and mapping above, when this came in 2014, staff supported it. LMDR, or the surrounding future land use categories, found it consistent, compatible, an asset to the area. All those good planning words were found by the staff and by the city commission. But interestingly enough, with the exact same future land use categories, and by the way, the same exact zoning categories, staff is denying it. We would submit to you that it's literally impossible, because the exact same uses and the exact same future land use category and the exact same zoning categories are abutting this parcel now. Nothing's changed, except staff now is denying it, and previously, when the site came in for annexation, this board and the city commission approved it. Same thing with the zoning. I know we're not talking about zoning, but they're a little bit intertwined. Same RL, RS, same LL and RS today, same uses, but your staff is saying it's incompatible, doesn't meet the area character, is not consistent. That's very hard to find. In our opinion, quite frankly, just by the facts, that's impossible to make that finding. We do have a conceptual site plan.
Madam Chair, I'd like to object to this site plan. It hasn't been submitted as a part of the approval. I mean, anything at this point is speculative at best. I don't think we should be looking at this as a part of the approval.
Whatever's your wish. It is a conceptual plan. We wanted to make the board a little aware of what the plans are of the board, of the church.
Council?
It's at your leisure, at your discretion. I would note that the city qualified and then tendered an expert opinion on something that is in an evidentiary hearing. So receiving this seems consistent, if not entirely proper. You receive it if you like.
All right. We'll hear what you have to say, and with your objection noted.
And again, this is really just a conceptual. We wanted to give an idea for you and the citizens who are interested as to what's proposed. So what's proposed, first of all, the bottom half is what's existing. This would be proposed just on the northern function, which is two-story, 28,000 square feet, which would build building for church uses, which is meeting rooms, youth sports, activity, and Sunday school. Quite frankly, they want to have a youth area and sports area for kids during the summer months to be able to have sports activities interior. They want to have a few meeting rooms for brotherhood and for Bible study, for those type of church uses, and then there would be a Sunday school. We do have support for the request. The property owner immediately to the north supports the request. This is his petition. I have some other petitions to submit to the record. So immediately to the north is supporting. And we also have signature support from all the property owners to the west, as I said, to the north. To the south is the school, and a couple residences to the east. So this site has had the test of time. Again, the exact same future land use is zoning. The proposed use is interior for church activity. Also provides parking and retention. We feel that we have good support from the abutting owners. And per the standards of review, the area is predominantly industrial. Now your staff has determined that the difference of trips is only 97 trips per day. But the thing that your staff, we believe, have not considered, and your staff does a great job, but we believe the thing they haven't considered is that the church uses don't tie into typical residential uses or rush hour uses. As they've indicated in the staff report, there's a prayer meeting at 4:45. There's a meeting of brotherhood maybe at 9:45, but there's no rush hour of people going to work like the residences would. They're not involved with a school, so it's not going to involve the school to the south. Although it's 97 trips, they don't coincide nor conflict with the typical uses of a church and the typical uses of a school and the residential uses. Also indicated by your staff is that there is almost 100,000 square feet of developable land on the existing church property that's not before you. They could do this expansion, and much, much more, but it doesn't configure to the property. The property configures to the north, where they can attach and have a walkway to the building, and keep that activity, although interior, further from the residential to the east. That's why we're looking to the north, and why the church has it and they own it. When we look at the criteria and future land use categories, there are categories, or there are comp plan policies that do support this request. A5.5.1, development should be designed to maintain and support the existing and vision character of the neighborhood. Well, certainly the character or vision of the neighborhood can't be missed by this church structure, which is the major structure and major resident or major vision and use of the area. Comp policy A5.5.2, preserve the unique qualities of Clearwater and its cultural heritage as exemplified by historical buildings or landmarks, landscapes, streetscapes, which I think if I showed you those pictures, we certainly meet that standard. And regarding A.6.2.2, encourage land use conversions on economically unutilized parcels and corridors and promote redevelopment activities in these areas, which is what we're doing here. And A.6.2.1, Community Development Code site plan approval process shall be utilized to promote infill development and or planned developments that are compatible. So there are policies to look at, and as we've looked at this site and consider what has come through the city, we feel it's compatible. It clearly is compatible when it came in for annexation, same future land use categories, same zonings, elements of that nature. So with that, Madam Chair, we appreciate your time and attention and look forward to answering any questions. And let me put this in the record for you, if I may. Should I do it over here?
Me. Oh.
And I do have copies of the PowerPoint as required, if anyone would like them.
Mr. Pressman, I believe I asked you this last time, but you are not a certified planner, right?
That's correct.
You don't have a degree in planning?
That's correct.
So what do you think qualifies you to comment on consistency with the comprehensive plan?
What we presented today are facts. And we're very confident to leave those facts up to the board to make that decision. We think the presentation is very straightforward in terms of how the city reviewed this site before and how they're reviewing it now.
All right. Does anyone have questions with this gentleman? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members.
All right, at this point, we will have comments by members of the public, if anyone wants to come forward.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Hunsicker, Hunsicker, 2939 Sunrise Drive. I am the vice president of the neighborhood. Sorry? Kevin. Yes, ma'am. I've been in front of the board. In 2019, we presented, and Mr. Pressman I've known for 40 years, is a very eloquent speaker. He's worked on my private cases in my business career that I retired. This is all of our neighbors that have signed that they are in objection. I've talked to the neighbors in Castlewood. They are in objection. They presented themselves as a neighborhood is not objective. The church comes across as a very nice entity, but they are not a good entity as a neighbor. They are noisy. They say they only do certain times. 5 weeks ago, I sent pictures that were provided to Brent that they had better than 7 to 8 vacated vehicles on the property with no plates. They do things a little bit odd. They have activities that go on late at night. You know, generally welcome any of you members to sit at my house, where my house is in the back corner of the forward 12 private homes. And it rings it out through there. They have lights on the back of the church that just beamed into our neighborhood. Traffic study is incorrect. There's been times I've had to get out of my car to ask them to move their cars so we could even get into our street. They are very rude in that sense. We are a private neighborhood. We have mentally challenged kids in our neighborhood. When the school is in and buses come, buses don't even, they block our street. There's been times we've had neighbors literally sitting in Sunset Point waiting for the congeniality of someone giving us a break so we can get into our neighborhood. The church people do that. They are not as where Mr. Pressman likes to say, being supportive. Our big concern is underneath I, and because of where they said before they just needed parking, they could do that right now today. And that's not their intent. We would like to really know what their long-term intent is. Under their I category, they could do everything from building an airport to a 10-story hospital. And they would not have to come back in front of the board for any of that. We have that concern. They've been dishonest to the neighborhood. These are as of your codes today under Chart 2-1 permitted uses. The pink are all the stuff that they could do without having to come back to the board. We as neighbors in a private neighborhood, both Castle Woods and Sunset Point, have grave concern for this. They are noisy. They are very disrespectful to the neighborhood. We have had arguments in the past on them. The biggest concern that we have is the water retention runoff, insufficient road infrastructure and support, increased traffic, increased risk of pedestrians on CR 193. When we built the neighborhood, the city required us to put sidewalks, sewers, and culverts in. We did that. Neighbors all paid for that. Sidewalks are there to the north end of our property. There are no other sidewalks. So when we walk our kids, our grandkids, our pets, we have to walk in the middle of the street, or we walk under the gutters. There's little signs that say, beware of kids. You know, there's a big concern of growth traffic. It's an uncontrollable, incompatible residential zone. One of the things that the city needs to also realize is our wildlife. We've been fortunate over the last 4 years to have nesting brown eagles on that property. I think before a decision be made, we should call PETA and have them investigate it and let them watch for these special animals. We don't want to see them gone. I just recently, less than 6 weeks ago, was able to watch the two, and so that you do understand, brown eagles are mates for life. And they fortunately come back to that area. And so it's really kind of neat to watch them yearly fly in. There's an increased noise level. It's there. It's an impact. The parking lot lights are a concern. We're going to lose residential value of our private homes. And this potential spot zoning needs to be stopped there. You know, they annexed in, and they are annexed as an institutional, but because of their nefarious activities that have not been up front from the 2019 where they said they only needed parking, we're very concerned on really what they want. They did this before. They come to the meeting with a site plan at this point. Why wasn't that presented prior? Why don't they have a set of plans? We sat here for 4 hours and watch other folks have detailed plans. This is just another activity that we're real concerned with. We as residents, we built in that neighborhood to have a nice little private enclave. The school is a very exceptionally good school. They are very conservative, and you know, when the summer's here, there's hardly any traffic coming other than what these folks present. And they put these special hours out that that's all they do. That's not true. All you have to do is sit out there for any given day and park, and you'll see different activities. You'll see activities at night. The poor folks at Castle Woods, and we have some residents, they are right up against where they have put in a soccer field. Well, God bless the kids have a place to play. But at what point is it that you have to keep listening to them until after 10 o'clock at night? My days of staying up late are long gone. It drives me nuts that we can't do anything to go back here and tell them. We've tried to set up, you know, supposedly they had a meeting yesterday with some folks from Castle Woods. I was at residence this morning with Castle Woods. My understanding, none of them are in support of this. So where they've gone to get their approval is to the institutional folks. Well, we all know Sylvan Abbey, they've been there forever. It's a different format. The school is institutional, different format. The church as they are, yes, it's a pretty church, but their growth and what their real end plans and what they really want to do kind of conservatively bothers us in a very nice residential. And if they're going to build a square building and have it and tear down trees and take animals away that should be protected, I think it's a call that we should be looking at a little bit different. So from a vice president standpoint, we're hoping that the board will deny them. And that's kind of where I'm at on this first one. You know, I know you guys are limited on time. I'm not going to argue the difference of residential low, where they could put 5 buildings onto it. I'm not going to argue with you on what institutional they could do, because it opens up a very can of worms that we may not be able to turn back on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have other members of the public that would like to speak for 3 minutes on this?
My name is David Lishan, Lishan, 1851 Castle Woods Drive. And I don't think I could say it any more eloquently than the previous gentleman. He covered really all the points that I was going to mention as well. The traffic is from 4:30 in the morning until late at night. It's not just at 4:30 in the morning and late at night. It is throughout the entire day. I also feel that the church has been dishonest in their presentations of community support. The activities of the church are very different than as they sort of make them seem. The previous utility building or service building was proposed as a school. It's a gym, and that is just activities that really are starting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon till the evening. Basketball courts with chain link fences that went up without any discussion in the neighborhood that looked like a prison yard, to be perfectly honest. There's a house on the property that is used as a meeting facility. I don't think that that's what it was originally, the planning was for, that building. The traffic, that's a significant increase that they're talking about. Everything was covered by the city analysis. It is, we moved into our home about 22 years ago, and we've seen sort of nothing but an increase in traffic from the church that was just one building, and the Paul B. Stevens School was built that increased the traffic load. Then there was the service building that was built with another waiver from the county. And each one of these has sort of increased the traffic to a point where it's breaking. There are no sidewalks. I was nearly killed by one of their younger church members. I was truly had to dodge while they ran off the road, while I was off to the side of the road. Their other neighbors will all tell you that they all had experiences with the church in dangerous situations of nearly being hit by one of their drivers. And so when they talk about increasing by 60, 70% increase in traffic load, it's a recipe for somebody to be hurt. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Michelle Robinson, Robinson, 1850 Castlewoods Drive. My husband Gene and I live on property that abuts the church property, very close to the soccer field, very close to the basketball court. We agree with your staff's assessment that the rezoning is incompatible with our land use currently. The church really never should have been permitted to be there. They got a variance from the county. And then they're now institutionally zoned to be compliant with your land use maps, which makes sense. However, we spoke both times that we don't believe that this is a good use in our community. You've heard everything about the traffic. It is a problem. I appreciate that your staff recognizes that this is a church campus that operates all hours of the day. I am in frequent contact with the church because we hear everything that happens out there. We have frequent noise complaints. Regularly we hear loud and raucous noise, which is against the city's ordinance.
And that happens every Friday night, every Saturday, every Sunday. We cannot use our backyard. I'd like to play you a short recording. This was recorded more than 100 feet from the noise. This is right outside of my door. This one may have been 9, but it happens at 10. This is the noise the gentleman was referring to, that we have to tolerate on a regular basis. This shouldn't occur at all. This shouldn't occur anytime, but we try to be patient. We try to be tolerant of this because we know, okay, kids need to play. But that happened even after the prison yard fencing went up on the basketball court and the church agreed to not have kids out there anymore. That's what we deal with every weekend, every Friday night, every Saturday, most Sundays, often on Sundays. So we regularly hear all of this loud and raucous noise, which is against the city's noise ordinance. We are concerned that if they add anything, they're adding to the noise, to the traffic. The plan they just showed, my concern is also light. That parking lot will have to be lit. We're going to have to deal with lights coming into our bedroom windows. We're going to deal with more and more traffic going back and forth across the site. Those lights shine into our bedroom windows. The vehicle lights, the headlights do shine into our windows. So we're going to have all of that. The new uses we've already talked about. So ultimately, we're very concerned that it's incompatible with our property, that it affects our way of life, it'll affect our property values. And I know we've been here very long today, so I don't want to belabor the point that everyone else did. We agree with your staff's assessment. We are a little bit put out that we did not see this plan until yesterday when a meeting was called. We know other members of our community were told, oh, we just want to put in a Sunday school. They had no idea that there was paved lot over 7 acres, associated lighting. We don't know what the drainage is. I mean, there's a whole lot more than, we want to build a Sunday school. We recognize that. So we appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? All right, we have closing remarks by the planning staff.
Yeah, I'll have a couple thoughts, Brother Chin, again for the record. So just to recap from some of the things I've heard through the public comments. So like we said, that main church was annexed in 2014, and again, the future land use and the zoning were amended due to the city's code only allowing places of worship within the institutional zoning district. So that's why that was done. The 2018 proposals were not mentioned by the applicant and his representative. Those were withdrawn due to activity. However, it needs to be noted that staff did recommend denial of those 2 proposals to institutional as well. The site plan that was shown today, again, was not submitted as part of this application package. But just on the quick, it appeared to be the same site plan from that 2019 Development Board meeting. It's opposite of what staff has recommended and what they have encouraged at that 2019 CDB meeting, as well as the 2 pre-application meetings with the applicant. We didn't receive any support letters or objection letters until today. The only one we received was from the ARC property, which is to the north. But as you can tell, comments were made about neighbors being in opposition, so I'm not sure where all the letters of support came from. I certainly haven't seen, nor has staff. The existing church, while beautiful, it is not listed as any landmark, landscape, or building as being unique to Clearwater. And this was stated at the 2018 or the 2019 CDB meeting, but that site plan that they showed, it could change tomorrow, which is where we have concerns with the uses being permitted under that institutional zoning district. And that is all I have.
Question. I have a question before you.
Brotherton?
Yes.
Yeah. Institutional zoning, I just want to clarify, FAR coverage on that? Is it 6.65?
Yes, 0.65, and the current is 0.40.
Okay, so the 2 properties together would be a little over 6.5 to...
I believe there would be just over 7 acres,
7
2.6 and about 4.5.
So, 420. So you could be approaching about 150,000 square feet of future development of some sort of another.
Yeah, without doing the math, yeah.
At a level 1 staff review. Basically, without having to come in anything, the density coverage would be up to a level 1, which would not come in front of our board again or anything.
Correct,
like
yeah,
that.
there's 15 uses that could come out under that level 1, so just straight to building permit without any sort of, CDB review or more than a staff level review.
Thank you.
Is it consistent with previous potential land use changes to generally recommend denial without a site plan?
So site plans are actually not required. Is that correct? Yeah, so site plans are not required as part of the land use and zoning applications. Generally, we do like to see something, and we did state, let me look it up. So at the 2019, CDB meeting, which was on February 19th, 2019, staff recommended and staff did say that, based on the site plan, even if they did submit, we would not support this amendment, just due to the fact, the number of uses increased dramatically from residential to institutional. And again, the road, CR 193, it's narrow, 2 lanes, undivided, that potential development would impact that roadway more than it already is now. So we stated at that time that we wouldn't support
Based
even
on
with the site
similar
plan.
findings as you proposed today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we've moved on beyond public comment. Closing remarks by the applicant.
Madam Chairman, board members, always have a lot of respect for any citizens who have concerns and come on down, but you've certainly heard 2 different stories. We concentrated on the abutting owners, which I showed you, virtually all the abutting owners. You have on the record their signature and address of support. We weren't able to get to a few residents. In great regard to Mr. Hunsiger, his location, and this is from my PowerPoint, if we could pull that up, please.
The other way.
The same direction as the.
More turn.
Okay.
Same direction as the.
Thank you. So Mr. Hunsker is located here, which has a separate access road to Sunset Point. The property between the church now is an ALF, and the subject property is vacant. So I'm not sure how that community is feeling impacts of the church that he discussed at the moment. There's substantial room between that community and the church. 10 people attended the community meeting last night. The church officials tell me that just about all of them left very positively, and I don't think there's anyone here who was at that community meeting. I may be wrong, but that's my understanding. The idea here is that the church could build today, as the gentleman said, by my math, about 300% more square footage on the existing property today, by right, under institutional. All they're seeking to do today is to involve the northern parcel as far west as they could under this approval. So the question is, where's development going to go? They want to go in the right place, which is on the north property. In regard to transportation, per the ITE rating, or ITE engineer's book on trips, the AM peak hour would be only 6 vehicles in, AM peak out would be 3. But again, those trips by the church are generated by much different uses than would be seen on that county road now, being the school and residential. The PM peak in would be 6 trips, PM peak out would be 8. So in regard to support for the request, we've shown you the abutting owners are primarily in support. They could move forward with substantial more square footage on the existing property, as the gentleman indicated. And we brought forward good community support. And I'll emphasize once again that as the same future land use issues or categories and zoning came before this board in the city and the same uses, it was beautifully approved by the city and the staff. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members.
A number of those, can I ask questions or no?
Sure.
A number of those abutting properties you say issued support. I guess my question, you have private school down there. I guess in what way have they issued support?
We submitted a letter of support from the church, from the school, and Mr. Amir had spoke with the school as well.
So I saw the letter from Mark. There was a letter from the school in there?
Would you check if this is the school?
No, this is the north side.
Didn't say that one either. This was in the packet.
So Amir is indicating that's signed by the principal of the school.
This is, Deborah Thornton is the principal of,
Sorry?
so she's signing on behalf of, is that Pinellas County Schools?
Yeah, she signed it. We have it in the school yesterday. Intern visitor, and she did. You can clarify that with her if you want.
Yeah, it's just hard to,
It's just personal.
If I may clarify, Amir did speak with that person yesterday, is
Yes,
that correct?
yesterday, correct.
It does, if I could clarify,
It's have the address of the school as well.
it says property owner, is he the own the property? I'm looking at just petition of support. 2935 County Road 193.
This is the school address.
Does the principal own that property?
Um,
I'm just curious,
Yeah.
maybe I misunderstand the property of public property.
If I may clarify.
Yeah, would you please?
I prepared that petition for the church to use, and they finally got a hold of the school yesterday, or the day before, so they used that petition. So it does say property owner, but that was a
And
result.
he signed it on top of the school, on behalf of the school board.
I'm sorry?
So he signed it?
It's a
on-
private school.
Is John P. Stevens a private school?
No, it's a public.
I apologize.
Public school, so he signed on behalf of the board. I just wanted to make sure I
He signed on
understood that.
behalf of the school. We asked for support from some neighbors. One of them is the school. And they said, okay, like the ARC of the Tampa Bay area also. We asked Brian Sarkisa, which is the CEO for the company, and he said,
I understand the arc. I think what I'm trying to understand is it was portrayed. There's some concern from constituents that it's not always clear, and I want to be fair to both sides, but it was portrayed that that school offered support, which my understanding is a Pinellas County school.
Correct.
Not a private school, as it was on your report, that they offered support of this proposed amendment, and I'm not saying that's not accurate, but I have concerns that that's not accurate.
If I could interrupt and ask this gentleman to identify himself for the clerk, please.
my name is Amir Malak, M-A-L-A-K. Amir, A-M-I-R. Correct.
And Amir, you met with that person
Yes,
yesterday?
I was yesterday. We tried to, for the past 2-3 weeks, to go to the neighborhood and
And
ask
she
them.
is the principal?
She is the principal of the school.
All right.
I didn't see his signature on here saying principal.
No.
Where's the residential signatures?
Anyway, I was just curious. I didn't know if the principal could sign on behalf of the school board, but if you all think that's okay.
Folks, we're going to have an orderly hearing here. Let's
Right.
finish this off.
All right,
okay?
I believe this concludes your closing arguments.
Yeah, just to clarify, I personally did not meet with the school. Amir did, so that's why I wanted him to present that to you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will close the public hearing and have discussion and a vote by the board. Does anyone have comments that they want to share? I do. I feel like this is not an easy thing. There are some very appealing things about extending the church property into the more northerly parcel. But to me, the war stopper is changing the zoning classification and the land use plan for the future going forward, and the ability of the church to sell that parcel to a third party without any constraints and have something completely unexpected built there. And we're not here to approve a development application of any kind. We're here legislatively to make a recommendation to City Council whether the long-term land use and zoning applicable to this parcel should be changed. And I'm persuaded that the city has made its case that we should recommend denial of this proposed change to a future land use plan, because I'm concerned about that possibility of open-ended changes to the future land use plan. I also have some gut level concerns. An awful lot of the information we've been presented is hearsay in nature and appears to have been generated in the past 24 to 48 hours. And I don't know, because we had this history of a site plan proposal that we're not acting on today, there's nothing really in front of us about specific development. It just concerns me that I hate to see that happen again. All right, anybody else?
Yeah. I can pretty much feel the same way as what you do. I mean, I mean, one side of it, I'm all for schools, I'm all for the churches, I'm all for doing family events and having things for our children to keep them occupied in the right place. I think that's very, very important. You know, and we've had many different cases come in front of our board over the years here where people move into an area and the school's already there and they complain about it. Well, you know, it was there. And things that happen, but there's definitely a doubt, the track history of this particular property coming in front of the board, there's definitely a doubt, in my opinion, of development intent going further, and it hasn't been satisfied to me here today. And that's why I asked the question to staff, with that institutional zoning provides a wide gamut of uses in our code and a high density that, just as Mary said, I mean, 7 acres, my math was wrong. It actually is a few 100,000 square feet that this can go to on 7 acres at 65%. And not that they're looking to do that, but the next one in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 years, when they sell it, that it would never come back in front of our board as a level 1. They would have that carte blanche to do it if they didn't want to come back with setback encroachments or landscaping. You know, they could do that on a staff review and they'll be full acknowledged to do that, according to my understanding and what I've been told and experience. And that's one of the things that I brought up once before to some members of staff, and that's kind of, or I would be more receptive in something like this if we had some concept of a planned development zoning, and I know there's pros and cons with that, where it's tied exactly to a site plan where you get your zoning approval and it's only good for that. If you go to change it going forward, and different, you know, we're dealing with what we have here, but different municipalities, counties have that type of zoning in place, and you know, maybe that'll happen in the future or not, but we have to go with what we have here today. And with what we have here today, I'm siding with Mary here that I don't think I could lend support in what was presented.
Quickly, I believe, I agree, we're signing carte blanche. We don't know what really can happen here, and I don't want to sign a blank check.
Anyone else? May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to recommend denial of this item based on findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the staff.
That's the two.
We gotta go to 3.
Oh,
Two cases.
yeah, for each.
No, just one.
Just one.
Right.
Sorry.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we will be recommending denial of this item to the city council. Now, we have to continue through the rezoning application that is related to the future land use plan map that we just heard. Mr. Brotherson, if I can have you present for
Mr. Board
the...
Attorney, I have a quick question. If the land use plan amendment has been denied, but the zoning has to be consistent with the land use plan, is it even possible for the board to approve the rezoning if the land use plan amendment's been denied?
Forgive me as I'm parachuting in. It's my understanding that the land use plan, you're talking about the future land use designation for purposes of the comprehensive plan, has been denied.
Yeah, the plan amendment has been denied.
The plan amendment has been denied, and now you're looking at a land development code zoning designation that would have to be consistent.
It's a rezoning.
Right, to potentially rezone the property.
This is just a recommendation.
Understood. As I advised the body, I believe that the application should proceed understanding that that inconsistency presents a issue that may need to be addressed.
All right, Mr. Brotherton. And counsel, I assume you would like to make a request for recognizing this gentleman as an expert.
Yes. I apologize, it's been a long day. Let me grab my paper. Madam Chair, at this time I'd ask that the board accept Mr. Kyle Brotherton as an expert in general planning, zoning, annexations, land use, rezoning amendments, comprehensive planning, demographics, land use development code, and land development code amendments.
Move to accept Mr. Brotherton as an expert witness.
Second.
I would also ask that the board accept Mr. Omar, I'm sorry, same thing?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
I'm just so anxious. At this time, I would ask the board accept Mr. Omar Atala as an expert witness in traffic engineering and transportation.
Move to accept Mr. Tall as an expert witness.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And last, I would ask that the board accept Mr. David Ojeda as an expert in civil engineering, land development, utilities, construction and building permits, stormwater, FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency floodplain regulations.
Move to accept Mr. Ojeda as an expert witness.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Kyle Brotherton, Planning and Development again for the record. Since we just heard case LUP 2022-04004, this is the companion zoning atlas amendment case. I don't have a presentation for this. So just for the sake of time, and because this is the same property, I would like to incorporate the presentation that was made previously during case LEP 2022-04004 by reference into the record. As again, this is the same property, the same general conditions apply. However, this case proposes to amend the zoning atlas designation of the subject property, 1885-0193, from the low-medium density residential district to the institutional district. And staff is recommending denial of that proposed amendment as the proposal is inconsistent with Community Development Code sections 4-602 F1, F2, F3, F4, and F5 as detailed in the staff report.
Thank you. All right, presentation by the applicant.
Madam Chair, I'd ask that the PowerPoint, other information I submitted to the record, which involves and includes the zoning, be accepted for this application. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further comments by members of the public?
Kevin Hunsicker, 2939 Sunrise Drive. To clarify my location, and if you look at the map again, I can pinpoint my house exactly. I am on the alley, if you would, from where they've created their soccer field. My house abuts that. Yes, we have ARC between us, but ARC has cleared their land. They've removed, they put a solar field in. So it resonates into our neighborhood. At night, winter hours, we're blinded by the lights they got on the back of the church. They shoot it this way. As of this morning, when I say they're not a good neighbor, I've yet seen them present anything of any residents approving. This morning, they leave trash setting around. This is their property. They put structures up, okay? And I'll pinpoint a few items for you. You'll see trash laying here. They leave their chairs setting out, which are not conducive to being a good neighbor. And yet they want to say that. They don't trim their trees. We're going to have a problem during this hurricane season. Here's the wire lines that are running on their property. They don't take care of that property. They add structures that are not consistent. So we have a real concern. The dishonesty that these folks really present is just amazing to me. After a 40-year professional career, I find it just astounding that a church of this nature cannot be trustworthy and be upfront with the neighborhood. They approached only the institutional folks. They have no signatures from Castle Woods. The next meeting, I'll have signatures of everyone from Castle Woods, as well as the update from ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to comment? All right.
Please go ahead. You got one.
David LaShawn, 1851.
Would you spell it again, sorry?
Lishan, 1851 Castlewoods Drive. I'd like to, just for the record, again, agree with the previous gentleman about the quality of them being a neighbor. I'd also like to enter into the record a letter from a next-door neighbor that was not able to attend today, but they wanted to make sure that their voices were heard. The letter also states their disapproval of the use. And in terms of proximity, I'm actually located across a little bit more distant as well. The noise is very loud. The fencing, the traffic. At the moment, they only have one entrance into the property, so it's a bottleneck for them to enter and leave that property. So that creates a hazard for traffic again. So,
Thank you. Any other members of the public that wish to come forward? All right, thank you. We'll be closing the public hearing and discussion and vote by the board. Oh, sorry.
I'll keep it very short. The petitions we handed in do include a couple Castlewood residents, and that's the petition signature and address indicated. Every trip I've made to the church, the property's been magnificently taken care of. I mean, it's beautiful. So I understand once in a while there may be a trash can here or an item there. The church property is absolutely beautiful. And we did not specify institutional owners in the immediate area. We looked at the abutting owners, which I presented on the record. We have a number of residential supporters as well as an ALF and the vacant lot that's in between the existing church and Sunrise Drive where Mr. Hunsaker is. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this point, we have moved on beyond public comment. Thank you. All right, we will have closed the public hearing and have discussion and vote by the board. I see this situation as the council suggested that I don't see we can reach a different decision, but I wouldn't reach a different decision for all the same reasons as the future land use plan amendment. Anyone else have a thought, or is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to recommend denial of this item based on findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the staff report.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Do we have director's items? All right.
Oh,
All right. The hearing is adjourned at 5:22 p.m.
thank you.
You did it.